Andrew Henson goes top of the pile at the moment. But it is followed by Paul Crooks in the Dragger engine OMS. So Terry Davis puts a wheel on the outside of the track, just at the top of the S's, but gets away with it. 51.47. No sign of Jonathan Varley at the moment. His class record is 37.06 for his class. So now we've got Paul Creek in the top of the hill and Harry Picknicks on the line. And welcome to those watching online. I believe we're now live on the live stream. Well, this is the second practice run of today for the cars. Each day this weekend has 3 practice runs and 1 competitive class run for British Championship runners and a top 12 runoff. There's just 1 top 12 runoff today and the same tomorrow. So this is the second practice run, there'll be 1 more practice run and then a timed class run before the top 12 at the end of the afternoon. The same thing will happen tomorrow. So that is the timetable for the weekend. So at the moment we're in the second to last batch for this morning, and we'll see if we have another practice before lunch or after lunch. I feel like probably after lunch, but we'll wait for confirmation from part of the course. Also at the same time as the national runners, we have a separate interclub meeting, which is for runners in the Scottish Championship with interclub licenses, and they are having 1 practice run which they've had and 3 competitive class runs each day, and they've had 1 of those class runs at the start of this practice run for national runners, so all quite confusing. We'll try and keep you up to date with the situation. So this is the second practice run. We haven't had the fastest cars yet. Fastest car in the first practice run was Alan Summers. And those of you who watched the stream for Chelsea, we're glad to know that Master Rider's car is here. It's in one piece. Soundly run this morning, his first run. The car is doing okay, so hopefully we'll have Matthew running at the top of the time sheet later on in the day. Jack Cottrell with Dallara, a number of good results recently, with a best of 5th in the second Shelsley. So he is here in his Dallara with the cordless XT engine. As you can see on the screen, if you watch it on screen, you can see that Sean Jules has 2 practice runs so far and is running second at the moment to Alex Summers. And thanks you all for tuning in from across the world. We've got Belgium, Finland, France, and Evesham. Yes, welcome all to the live stream here from Doune. I will hopefully keep you entertained today and tomorrow. So Dave's went to top of the hill, 40.30. Still not quite quick as Alex was in his first run. Trevor Willis, 3-time HillClimb champion. I think these cars look faster in stream than they do in real life. It's quite amazing to see them coming towards you through the S's and up through the tunnel. Trevor, that's the first sub 40 run of the day then from Trevor Willis. The reward button at 39.25 is second practice run. His second sub 40 run of the day. The war button 39.25 and Willis now at 39.93. These are just practice runs, so Will Hall on the line and on the hill. Purple section at junction. So that means he's quicker than Trevor Willis. It's a class purple and still quicker through the S's. And over the line at 39.28. comparison, the actual hill record, set by Alex Summers last year, was 34.91. So there's still 5 seconds, 4.5 seconds, 5 seconds in the hill to come. So Alex Summers now on the hill, in the firestorm. Personal best so far, so he's not into purple yet, just the pink is personal best. Next time in things the S is still pink, so it's going to be better than 40.24 presumably, but not quite as quick as Will Hall. But he is, wow. 37.99 for Alex Summers. So the pink actually means overall best, purple means best in class. The overall best time with Alex Summers now of 37.99. So that's a good 2.5 seconds off his earlier run, so hill is dried out now, hopefully it'll stay that way. Here's Matt Ryder. Still not sure what happened at Chelsea a few weeks ago, whether he had a puncture that hit the back of the car down in the rear right, so he actually just clipped the barrier, but barrier recovered, Matthews recovered, and he's off the line. 2.16 for 64 feet. Also 64 feet times 2.03. So Matthew now up through around Oak Tree, the college section, up towards Garden Gate, where the exit sail is, up into the tunnel. Through the brick walls and up into the tunnel, up towards the junction, main junction onto the fairly level section of meadow, which is interesting, not a constant radius round there, there's a couple of bases. Up to part of East Bray, to top of East Bray, over the blind crest of East Bray and up through the Essex to the finish line. That's a 41.54. So Matthew just bedding the car in, but there's 2 safe runs so far. Wallace Ming is on the line now. Wallace, 4 times champion, had a crash at Cleveland, still get the car back to his, what you'd like it to be. 2.09 off the line. Up through towards Oak Tree. The yellow times at the moment, so I think that's personal best at the moment. 9 more prior to the junction. East Bray, which is steeper than it looks. And they say the top, on the top is pretty blind. The Wallace is again with a safe run in, a 39.72. That goes into 3rd place at the moment, as I say, just on practice. On the line and on the hill now, Andrew Tippett in the Brown BT30X in the classic car class. This car actually won at Doune 55 years ago, I think it was. In the hands of Mike McDowell. Running at the moment a 3.5 Buick engine, which it ran in period. Now just followed up the line by George Cohill in the Chevy B45. Andrew Tippett only running his class, unfortunately. So his purple runs obviously mean his better time his first run. And again, George Cohill is also the only runner in his class. Andy Tippett is a 57.27. George Cohill is a lovely Chevy B45. Looks kicky road, built at some point in the past. Joseph Barley running a bit of order here, but not an issue. But Joseph Barley, who should be top of the 2 litre normally aspirated class. And the Predator built just up the road from here in Aberdeen. Now running a 2 litre Terry Davis engine. Paul Post has been his best in the class at the moment. He's got to be a 44.44 to take the class lead. And it's a 39.91, so it's under 40 seconds for Jonathan. which he should be. His class record is a 37 and a little bit. So that's Jonathan Valley, a good chance of qualification in the top 12 runoff. So that is the end of the batch, and they will be returned to the paddock. So, unfortunately, you've just joined us here live at Doune online, and unfortunately it's now lunchtime. We will be starting practice again at 1:15. We will have a second class run for the Scottish runners, followed by the third practice run for the national runners. Yeah, so this afternoon we'll have one practice run for national runners, then a class run, competitive times run, and then the top 12 runoff. And at the same time as that, the Scottish runners will have 2 time runs. And then we'll do all the same thing again tomorrow. So a shorter program this weekend each day, unlike say Shelsley a few weeks ago where we had 2 top 12 runs on the Sunday. We now have 1 each day. Let's get a question online. No escorts or capris here today, I'm afraid. And at the moment we don't have a paddock link for the paddock, but for lunchtime we'll try to set something up. And there are in fact 2 championship, to answer somebody else, there are championship runs today, 1 championship run today and 1 championship run tomorrow. So we have to watch both days. There is an Intralist available. The Intralist is on Loading Car Club. You type in Loading Car Club in Google. Now we've got the Doune HillClimb page. If you go to downloads, you'll find there the link to the Intralist for this weekend meeting. Welcome to the journey from Sharm El Sheikh. We also got from Münster in France, B and Tom in Münster. Aberdeen from Amy Park. Here we her sister and her boyfriend in Amy's car, the Mini Cooper S, which we'll see shortly after lunch. Yes, we hope the weather will stay like this all weekend. not too hot and not wet at all. We need we've had a good weekend. We've had a few difficult weekends with the weather. We had to cancel second run at Doune a few weeks ago, an event which wasn't being screened, and we had to cancel tours at Gigantlex, all because of the wet weather. So what we have today, we'll have round 11 of the HillClimb Championship, and tomorrow round 12. And hello, Aussie Glenn from Adelaide in Australia. Good to have you tuning in at what must be fairly late in the night for you. I hope you enjoy it, and we'll do our best to keep you up to date with what is happening. I've been told to speak louder. Louder. Hello, Aussie Glenn. My mouth is over the mic, in case you're wondering where it is. I shall try and get the system turned up for you. Yeah, it's a big issue here at Doune is the commentary box position is sited very close to the track side at the start line, so that when cars are warming their tyres, which they're allowed to do here, you may find that something drowns out the commentary. Hopefully not, but we'll do our best to try and talk in between the noisy parts of the town track. So you've got a nice quiet track ahead of you, in front of you on the screen. All the cars are downhill for lunch break. Doune is called over here King of the Hills. If you're watching it, you may see why. Certainly a very great challenge for runners, but contrarily, a lot of them come back. Having been once, they'll love it and come back again. The hill length is 1,350 metres, and the hill record is 34.91. 4.91, so that's 1350 metres, 34.91 seconds. I'm sure you can work out what speed it is. The hill opened here in 1968. The Northern Car Club was looking for a new venue after the closure of the Rest and Be Thankful, which is a mountain road in the west of Scotland. The road surface deteriorated. It was a military road originally, and the road surface deteriorated so that it became dangerous, and they were shut in 1966, having held rounds of the championship from the early years. So the Rest of Be Thankful was closed in 1966. Lothian Car Club got permission from Lord Doune, who owns the estate here, to construct this hill climb course on his estate, and it has been going ever since, apart from obviously the COVID year and a couple of events which cancelled. One, amazingly, because the local tanker drivers went on strike, and so there's no fuel available in the area. The runoff this afternoon should probably be about, we start at 1:15 for the afternoon 2 runs, then hopefully the runoff will be about 4 o'clock, 4:30. We'll try and update you on that timing after we've had the first set of runs. If there are no issues with people, cars, etc., then hopefully 4 to 4:30 should see the runoff later on. YouTube.
Oh, right. Okay.
Okay, Stephen Bryant, you're the driver and owner of this lovely Ford number 122 here. Can you tell me a bit about it?
Yeah, it's a 1967 Ford Falcon. It was originally just a sort of little shopping car from America. Had a straight six and a 2-speed automatic gearbox in it, but it was fully converted in America. It's got now the V8. It's got a 5-speed gearbox, T5, aluminium prop shaft, 9-inch Ford rear end, limited slip differential. Got around 300 horsepower, and yeah, not too bad. I've had it about a year, and just done the British Hillclimb last year. Visited Doune for the first time around at the last classic meeting last month, and this is my second time here, and yeah, not doing too badly. Time's around 60 seconds at the moment, so hoping to get into the 50s by the end of the meeting this weekend.
Somebody told me you don't have to worry about a line in this car because there's only one line. It just fits the hill. Is that correct? It's pretty tight.
It's so true. There's no real room for error with the size of it, but just, you know, do my best to be precise and not put on too much power. There's no room for it to go sideways and sort of take any risks. Yeah.
Okay, well, good luck this afternoon and tomorrow, and thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll wander a bit more down the paddock here. Okay, I've got a couple of chaps here, young chaps here, Ben Dixon and Rory Matheson. Do you want to talk to us, Ben and Rory? So this is a Caterham, is it? Or is it Westfield? It's a Westfield, I see that now. So you just started hill climbing this year, I believe?
I was last year. Ben's this is his second ever race, but I started in Bowness last year, and it's my 4th event now, I think. So yeah, and I'm loving it so far. It's been great. So
how are you enjoying your first year?
Oh, it's been brilliant. Yeah, so this is my second race. So at my first race I managed to get 3rd place both days, so I was really happy with that. And it's been great fun, great people always around.
So who's the quicker of you?
Well, Rory's currently holding the lead, but I'm sure I'll have it off him soon.
Good. And have you got a long-term aim to keep going in hill climbing?
Yeah, keep going to HillClimb, hopefully do championships in the next few years, and then maybe go on to do some rallying and some other things, just see where it goes, I guess.
Good. Well, thanks very much for talking to us. So that's the Westfield. You tell us the Westfield because it's got a slight fluting in the bonnet here compared to a Caterham 7. It's usually the way to identify Westfield from a Caterham. So down here we've got a few more. These are cars in the Scottish Championship, which is running this weekend as well. We've got David Reed's Flying Haggis Subaru, which is winner of the road going category last year in the championship, and it's currently leading the class after the first time runs today. Subaru are of course a major force in hill climbing. Across the other side of the paddock we have the legacy of Damien Bradley and Stephen Darley. So another interesting Audi here, Audi TT of Tommy Rapson. So these are the 2 quickest cars in this class in the Scottish Championship. And a Vauxhall Astra. You don't see many Vauxhall Astras hill climbing. This one a VXR Nürburgring version of Simon Rothney. And then we have a number of minis and small hatchbacks down here as well. Is Gary Dixon about? Gary's not about. I'm going to talk to Gary who is the quickest car in the class usually, but he's not here at the moment. So we'll look across the other side. We've got the Mazda boys. So the Scottish Mazda boys are a good fun bunch to talk to. So which one am I talking to? Hi, this is the Mazda class in Scotland is fairly well established over the years, and there's 4 of them here this weekend. But who wants to talk to Neil?
Well, I'm not one of the Mazda people. I'm in the yellow core.
All right, okay. Well, Neil Girdwood, you're the record holder, aren't you? No. Jim King. Okay. Okay. Well, Jim, you've the silver Mazda over there. You've used to run a Clio, didn't you? Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. But moved into the more competitive class, will we say?
And your son joined you in the car as well.
Yeah, but he's too fast for me, I'm afraid. Yeah, he is. Yeah. But we might try and pull him back in the afternoon. We can. But yeah, he is definitely quicker and enjoying it, I think, as well. Yeah.
How many Mazdas do you think there are in Scotland competing?
Right. Well, in the club, there's a possibility up to 40 Mazdas could be coming out at any one time.
Yeah.
At Golspie with 17 Mazdas in our class.
Yeah.
At Forestburn with, was it 15 or 16? So yeah, it's been very well supported.
That's very good, because obviously those were standalone Scottish rounds. There's more room for more entries. So, and who's the quicker today so far? I think Michael's the quicker today so far. Yeah. Yeah. So have a good fun this afternoon, and also tomorrow, of course, obviously as well. And good luck to you all.
Thank you.
There are some unusual cars in hill climbing. A couple along here, a couple of kit cars. Basically, a lot of them based on what look like Lotus 7s and Caterham 7s, but this one here, there's no drivers currently, but this is a GBS 0, I believe it's called. Very similar to a Caterham 7 or a Lotus 7. Driven by father and son pairing. And next to it is a rear-engined, Yamaha engined Silver Riot. And again, there's a couple of these here, one more modified than the other. But Silver Riot, generally a Yamaha engine in the back. And this is Andrew Grover's car, which runs as 998 Yamaha. Well used car, and class record holder for the hill here at Doune. We'll go across the other side of Paddock to the National Runners, and see if you find some interesting people over here. The car in front of you is another Subaru. This is Jeff Twemlow's Subaru, car number 80. Jeff is 80 years old this year and still hill climbing. He comes all the way from Cornwall up to Doune many times in the year, has been doing it for 20 plus years. Fell in love with Doune when he was working up in Scotland, and is a loyal contender up here. You'll have seen him maybe elsewhere at other rounds of the championship as well. But that's Jeff Twemlow's Subaru Impreza. Here is the Subaru Legacy of Damien Bradley. Now Damien, how's the car going this weekend?
It's going very well. Some big improvements over the last couple of months. We started sort of from basics again, building up from sort of low boost and trying to work our way up, but it'll be full boost this weekend. Good. So yeah, we'd really like to get close to that record if we can. Here it would be the Legacy has the record every national hill now apart from here, so there's a lot of weight on our shoulders to try and achieve that this weekend if we can. We believe it will be the first car in the history of British hill climbing to hold the records at every venue at the same time. But obviously we won't know until we put it out there, and then we'll soon find that somebody's sort of come along and tell us. But yeah, so we'll see. So it's Doune is a challenging hill. We've had our first couple of runs up it, and it's a reminder for myself and Stephen that how much we love it. It's such a fantastic hill. But there's no breathers. You only breathe when you get into the top paddock. Do you get the Doune shakes? Yeah, of course you get the Doune shakes. I think we'll probably get them a little bit more on the next run once we get dialed in and get the car turned up. We've got a brand new set of Avon slicks, which as I'm sure you're aware are in very short supply now. So we've been saving those for this weekend, so thanks to VMTR for them. And yeah, so they'll go on for timed run 1 this afternoon. So I'll let Stephen go out on them brand new, and he can warm them for me. And yeah, we'll give it our best and see how we get on. So how far away are you from the record? So I've done a 46 here 3 years ago. The car's very different now to what it was. I did a 50 this morning, 50 point something. Track's challenging enough at the moment. It's still drying, but it does look, when you walk it does look good. So we keep an eye, obviously, on the big boys, on Wallace, Alex, and Matt, Matt and everything, and seeing how they're going. And everyone seems a little bit off the times, but
it's only 2 runs they've had. And
yes, exactly. So talking to Jock Ramsey, and he was sort of saying as well, he's sort of 3 seconds off where he would normally be. But we'll give it a good go.
Good. Well, good luck, and
Thank you very much.
I'll maybe interview you later when you've done it.
We'll see.
So there, David Bradley looking forward to this afternoon's competition here at Doune in this Legacy. The slightly different colour from last year, a bit more red in it last year, but same car, I believe. So it certainly had a lot of development on it, and putting on new tyres, as I said, later on. We shall see if the track dries up enough for that this afternoon. Here's Jonathan Varley. Jonathan, going to have a couple of words here with Jonathan. Jonathan drives the GWR Predator, which is just in front of us here. Car coming back home.
That way, Rich.
We'll go towards the car. So, Jonathan, this car obviously was built in Aberdeen, close to here, and you've had it for a couple of years now. And the latest engine you've got in, the Terry Davis engine, has given a big boost of performance, I believe.
Yeah, it's a big step up from the BDG that we had in before. It's very nice to drive. We did a lot more development on it last year in lower down performance. That's made it a lot easier to get off the line and more progressive in the throttle. So yeah, it's a lot better.
It's a lovely sounding engine. What revs does it do at the top end?
It depends if the time Noiseman's listening, but it's 13,000 at the top end.
Yeah. It sounds lovely when it goes up the hill. And it's a Yamaha base or a Suzuki base, this one?
It's a Yamaha R1 5-valve engine. So it's got 2 of those on the common crank.
Very good. Okay, well, thanks very much. And the interesting thing, of course, is that Jonathan's father was a hill climber, Peter Varley, and the very first fastest time of day at Doune Hill Climb was set by the car which Peter Varley then bought off Sir Nicholas Williamson. And I believe that car is still going around, is it?
Yeah, it's competing down in the Midland round. It's lovely to see it. When you think back to when I was a kid and used to jump in on his seat and drive it with him, and you look at him now and you think, how the hell did I fit in there?
Yeah, I love it. The Brown BT21, which I think actually he had a second place in one championship round, I believe. I think he had a second place in one round.
Wiscombe Park.
Yeah, I think it's a second place. Yeah. So a bit of history in the Varley family and connection to Doune all the way back to 1968. Thank you, Judge Jonathan. Good luck this afternoon. So as you see, a fairly long line of single seaters here in front of us at the paddock here in Doune. Just in front of the other 2-litre cars, and heading down 6000s from David Warburton, number 710, and the Jaguar engine OMS for Paul Croot. Let me see if Paul's around to talk to. An unusual car. The chassis is an OMS 28, which there's a lot of them about, but the engine is a 3-litre Jaguar, which he had in a number of other cars before this one. Including an MP58 Pilbeam, but I don't see a sign of him in the paddock in his van at the moment, so maybe he's off having lunch. But this is the Jaguar engined OMS with the Jaguar colours from the Formula 1 days. Two people I'm sure will have something to say are the Warburtons, father and son. So I'll wander over here. I will talk to Alan and David. Whichever one wants to talk to me. So it's David, Alan's sitting here in the chair looking relaxed. So how are you relaxed, Alan?
Extremely relaxed. How can you be otherwise at Doune? I mean, there's no walls to hit, there's no arm coat to hit, and it's slippy, it's ideal.
Yeah. So you've been coming here a number of years now, I could say. 40 years, yeah.
I started here in 1982. with young David Grace. He was young then, and we've been coming more or less every year since.
Yeah.
And it's really an enjoyable place to be. Very exciting. Very exciting.
Very exciting indeed. Yeah, very exciting indeed. And David, you're good run this morning, the second practice run. So I think at one point you were top of the pile before the really big boys came in. So if number 10 last year, number 9 before that. I hope you're going to go back up again this year, not go to number 11.
I think it's probably going to be more keeping around the number 10. Yeah. I think this weekend it'd be a great opportunity to get some buffer points in for the ones we're not as fast at. Mainly because with this car compared to what the big guys are doing, there's a lot less decisions to be made. So in this, it's pretty much if you're not going flat, you're doing it wrong. Whereas for them, how big's the lift, and that takes them a little bit longer to tune that in. So as long as the track's good, then hopefully we can do some decent times and maybe sort of get mid-table maybe in the runoffs this afternoon. That's what I'd hope to aim for, but who knows.
Now this car is a GR59 Ghoul. There are a number of them around, and also a number with the Suzuki engine. But this is slightly different from the others, I believe. Is the engine longitudinal in this, or is there some issue about differences between this one and say Paul Hames's car?
So the arrangement in terms of the way that the engine is the same. In terms of it is longitudinal, it has a prop shaft, it has a diff, whereas most of the other bike engine cars in our class and lower down will have chains, and being able to not have a chain to be constantly looking after, that's is one of the good reliability things with this car, and it also keeps the weight distribution sort of very central in terms of both front and back of the car and side to side. So it's especially with the stiffness of this car, being able to have it so it's completely enclosed, that was one of the things that they had to do to make it that way. But it is the same arrangement as with Paul Hames' car, but just without the turbo.
And without the chains, obviously, yeah. Okay, thank you for that. So good luck to you this afternoon, David and Alan.
Thanks, John.
And we shall wander off to find another victim to talk to. So here we've got the Radicals of Mike West and John McQuillan and Matthew Price, I believe. Radicals very much a circuit car, but more recently coming into hill climbing. So, So you'd like to talk to us then? So this is your first year in this car, isn't it?
Yeah, it was a track day circuit car, and we are slowly turning it into a hill climb beast, hopefully. But yeah, first time here in this.
So before this you drove a Fisher Fury, I believe.
We did, yeah, with a Kawasaki bike engine. Mm-hmm. So a similar sort of output, but a less handled less well than this.
Yeah. Because that was a front engine presumably as well.
Yeah, front engine, and then driving with a prop shaft to a Sierra differential at the back, so it was very sort of Caterham-esque, really. Yeah.
And this is a 1300 Suzuki? 13.
This is a 1340.
1340 Suzuki, yeah.
Standard the standard RPE circuit engine.
Okay, well, good luck.
Fun.
Yeah, I'm sure it is, yeah.
Thank you.
Good. So that's an SR1 Radical, and the one next to me is an SR3 Radicals. Produce a number of very similar looking cars. It takes an expert to work out which the differences are, but you can see a little bit of a difference. So it looks like that is 1:05, so Marshall has been called back to the post. There's just a few more minutes here in the paddock while we get a few more victims to talk to. The car there, the red OMS, the new OMS of Harry Pick. Father John just putting the engine cover on. John here obviously in his AMS Murtaya, which is a Subaru based kit car. But Harry turned to go well in this car. 2.65 Cosworth engine in the back. One of the many cars produced by Steve Owen, of course. And Steve will be sharing Steve is here sharing the next car, another OMS 28, which is sharing with Simon Andrews this weekend. So I've a quick now to one of our two classic single seaters here, and this is George Cole from up in Caithness. This is Chevron B45, ex-Keke Rosberg, as it shows on the side pod. George, a long time racer. I remember him racing at Ingliston many years ago in various fast imps and Lotus Esprits. And obviously also father-in-law of Wallace Mingies, the current hill climb champion. So give a quick word, George, about this car. Do you want to come out and talk to me? So you've had this car for a couple of years now. So
3 years now.
So what's the history? I know it's a partly ex-Keke Rosberg.
Yes, it's a Chevron B45 Atlantic car, and Keke Rosberg raced it in America and Canada in 1978, and then he came back to Scotland in 1979, and Jim Crawford was driving it.
Okay, right, yeah.
And I remember Jim driving this car at Ingliston, and it's in the Atlantic class, and then in 1980 he put a 2-litre engine in it for the British Euro Championship.
Okay, yeah.
So so that's the only two famous drivers.
Okay, apart from yourself, of course. So, and your son drives as well, but George is not here this weekend.
No, he had an operation on his hand.
Okay, right.
And his carpal tunnel, so he's no fit.
Okay, and Nicola's not driving today either.
She hurt her left hand.
Yeah.
Well, Shelsley.
Yes,
yeah. So it was her wrist and hand. Yeah.
It's just you, the family today, yeah. Okay, well, good luck, George. Good to talk to you. So in the car behind Rich here is this lovely Norma of Duncan Barnes, which he shared with Tom. New. So Duncan Barnes is Norma. Very popular car in European hill climbing. This is a Honda 2.1 litre turbocharged engine. Duncan, one of the team who look after Wallace Mingies Gould as well, and he's also clerk of the course. So a very busy man, but unfortunately by himself in the class today. But I'm sure that won't stop him looking for good times. So that's the Norma, the green, very reminiscent of Pescarolo racing colours in France, the lime green and the blue and the white. So heading on down now to the big boys down here, the Jack Cottrell's Dallara, the Dave Uren Pilbeam, Trevor Willis's OS, and then Will Hall's Gould, his lovely blue colour scheme this year. And then of course Alex Summers' Firestorm. Getting his boots on, ready for being pushed up towards the line. And Alex is there, so do you want to have a quick talk to Alex? Alex, do you want a quick talk? Do you want a quick chat? So, I'm fine, thank you, Alex. How are you?
Very well. Yeah.
So you've had a couple of good weekends recently, more than in a good time this morning. The car's obviously going very well.
Yeah, it is. We've found something over the winter. We've gone monoshock on the front. So we used to have 2 springs on the front, now we've got 1. And it just makes the car a bit more, I don't know, hard to explain. just more better, right? Yeah, more betterness is. But no, I think we're just really calm and relaxed. Last year was a write-off for us, and this year we just sort of come in and gone. We'll take each run as it is. Try and win each run off individually rather than thinking too much about. You can get into a bit of an existential tailspin when you think about championships all the time. And I know after 2022, I kind of went into last year possibly like putting myself under a lot of pressure, and it didn't really yield any results, and the car wasn't there and so on. So, but I think Wallace is a sleeping giant. He looks to have his mojo back, and that's brilliant. That's great for the championship, and I'm not expecting it to be as like the last few rounds. And it's worth mentioning that Matt and Sean and everyone's done a superb job this year. What happened at Shelsley happens to everyone. It is one of them. And as far as I'm concerned, at that point he was leading the championship. So I don't feel in any way like I've maybe got an overall lead, but I don't have a job scores lead, so to speak. So just trying to enjoy it, really.
Good. And I mean, obviously, it's good to see new drivers come up like Matt, because you've been around for a long time. I look back, I thought you've been doing this for quite a long time here, Alex. Your first fastest times were here when the Firehawk, weren't they? The supercharged Firehawk.
Yeah, it's the face cream. I'm actually 50. I won here in 2011. No, 2000.
Actually, I can't remember. I'll find out for later for commentary, but yeah.
I can't remember. 2013, I did a double win here.
Yeah,
I think
the
in the
Fast-
wet.
Fast-
Yeah.
But then you went to the
Firehawk. That was Firehawk. That was the motorbike engine one. I've always loved it here. It's just a, a lovely place to be. Got a lot of friends up here. Obviously, my wife's Scottish. It's just nice to come here. I've always enjoyed it. The hill's amazing. The club's really, really nice. And I'm not just saying that. Thank you very much.
Good luck to you, Alec. Thank you very much. Thank you. So that will be a quick round around the paddock. So I shall now go back to the commentary box and let Rich set up the stream for this afternoon, and we'll be starting very shortly in about 5 minutes. So we'll get the cars back on the line for the first batch of cars, which will be the second drivers for the Scottish Championship runs. So that will be coming up very shortly on YouTube. So welcome back for this afternoon's action here at the Doune Hill Climb. We'll very shortly be starting with the first batch of cars, and the first sets of cars you'll see will be those running in the Scottish Championship runs. It'll be 4 or 5 double-driven cars first of all. There's your best of all batch. Got oh, this is unexpected. We've got David Tatham coming to the line in his DJ Firehawk. I can only presume he. Of course, David had a flag earlier on. He was flagged off at junction and obviously didn't get a rerun. This is rerun for that aborted practice run. Oh, smoking a bit there. Up through the tunnel. This is where he got stopped the last time. He did a 47.8 in his first practice run before he was flagged, so we'll see how this goes. He's going to beat his 47.8, but not a class leading time at the moment. .42.43, put him right up into second fastest behind local driver Gary Warren. So obviously we're now back onto the Scottish Championship, and this is their second time runs. The first car we'll see is John Bruce in the MGZR number 716, which he shares with his son Ewan. John was running 4th in his class after the first run with a 62.03, and the yellow time show he's getting quicker than he at time. The yellow is a personal best, the purple is a class leading time, and if it's pink, it's fastest time of the day, which obviously none of these cars will approach. With John Bruce over the line, 60.37. And also on the hill, Alex Howells, who shares this Hillman Super Imp with his wife Jenny, all the way up from Leamington in the south of England. He's up over. He's pretty successfully, and Jody Gordon, who's currently leading the class after the first run in his Peugeot, is coming up behind Alex. Alex Howells is 65.31, again slightly quicker. Jody Gordon, however, is on the purple, so he's at class leading time now, so the better is 54.16. He is still 53.83, extends his lead at the moment. Moving on now to the over 2 litre class, with Vicky Park and their sister Amy's Mini. The 600 turbocharged, so with the multiplication for turbocharged engine, that takes it over 2 litres. And she's currently doing personal best, and she's followed up by Rory Matheson, who we interviewed at the lunchtime break in his Westfield. So Vicky Park at 57.40, that's 2 seconds quicker than she was earlier. And the last car in this batch is Rory Matheson in the Westfield, currently lying 3rd in the class. 2 young lads just starting out on their hill climb career and their motorsporting career. Number 733 Rory Matheson is a 58.36, so that takes a good nearly 5 seconds off his early practice time. The hill will be getting slightly drier, and the driver is more tuned into the hill since it started this morning. And those cars now will be coming back at the bottom so they can be changing their drivers to the second drivers, and we shall get the next batch underway very quickly. So as we start into the next batch of cars, so we're at Class A1, the road saloons up to 1400, and we have John Hamilton in his Rover Mini. John Hamilton up through Garden Gate through the tunnel, heading up towards Junction. Followed by Sam Shaw in his Volkswagen Fox. And then that's followed by Antti Reid and Datsun Cherry, so a wide variety of road saloon cars up to 1400 here in the Scottish Championship. Hamilton was ahead of his previous time, but he kind of lost a bit through the S's there, so that's 64.75, so John Hamilton 100th of a second slower than his previous run. Keeps him in third place in the class. And to Reid leaves the line in his Datsun Cherry. Sam Shaw making up good time to Junction, ahead of his previous best, who was at 68.5. Sam Shaw, 56 point. No, not finished yet. That was his time at the S's. Sam Shaw's time, 67.46. That's a good second improvement. It probably still leaves him 8th in class. Antti Reid is followed up by class record holder Gary Dixon, who is currently second in the class, but he should hopefully improve on that perhaps and get above Jody Gordon. He needs to find 1.5 seconds to take the lead, and he's got that at Garden Gate. So far he's a purple sector at Garden Gate. Antti Reid's time is 64.81. The Gary Dixon still up at Junction, ahead of Jody Gordon's time. Careful over East Bray and quickly through the S's here. The last corner onto the straight, and it looking good for Gary Dixon. 52.40, that is just 100th of a second outside his own class record, which he set in September last year. So 52.40 for Gary Dixon. Derek Rossley is running on his own in class A2. He's winning Clio. He was trying to get Sandy Cole's record of 49.43. It's slightly outside that, 50.81 though. And into the over 2 litre Stirling cars again. Had a run from Vicky Park. 57.4, where he pushed up to 4th in class. Co-driver Brian Will with Jim Howard on the hill in a moment in his Mini Cooper S. Who's a 59.01. Vicky now moved above Jim in the standings. And Roth is followed by Tony Rapson, who's still a purple for the first 64 feet. And to Garden Gate, so Tommy Rapson looking to better David Reid's class leading time of 52.26. Simon Roth's time is a 56.16. It's 2.4 seconds quicker than before. And Tommy Rapson now takes the class lead. No, not quite finished yet. 51.67. He does take the class lead. 51.67. David Reid had a 2.15 off the start line. And it looks like he could be ahead of Tommy Rapson now. Douglas to the S's. So it looks like a class Reid taking the class lead again. David Reid, 50.92. These cars all have a third timed run in the next session. Colin Norris in the class by himself and 55.42. No, he's not a class by himself, sorry, he's with the Jeep with Westfield of Rory Baxter and Ben Dixon. Colin Norris 55.42. You and Bruce on the hill in the MG. Started HillClimb, a bit wide at the top of his spray there onto the grass. Pushing hard to get below his own record, which he set this morning. Only driver in this class so far, the new class for junior drivers. And yes, that little off at the top of his spray cost him. And his 64.15. His first run time remains the new record. Jenny Hill's now in the family uncharacteristically slow in the first run. I'm sure she could do better than 69.3. Jenny Hill, I think personal best in the hill for today. 66.05, that's better for her. And it pushes up above Sam Shaw. So Campbell Gordon. Peugeot. .64 for Campbell Gordon. So Brian Wilson, the Mini Cooper Edge, is sharing with Vicky Park. Slightly quicker than Vicky's last time in his first run, so 55 this time maybe? 55.58. Keeps him in third place. Now Ben Dixon in the shared Westfield. He was second in the class after the first run, just behind 2 seconds to 5 seconds behind Carl and Norris. But a quicker time for himself, personally 59.7. But in fact he loses second place to his co-driver Rory Matheson, 58.3. Nico King in the Mazda, who was leading the Mazda class after the first run. And his quicker time for Michael King, 53.82. And I can see rain now falling at the top of the hill, I believe, on the screen. Ross Sullivan at 51.48 in the shared GBS 0. I'm just wondering now if I did actually see rain in that camera. It looks as though there's water dropping in the camera at the bottom of the... Yeah, there it is again. So we do have some rain falling at the meadow. So we have mixed conditions here. There's nothing here at the bottom of the hill at the moment. Obviously there's some drops of rain up the hill there, so this could make it a bit more interesting for some of the drivers. There's a message on the chat from Paul Adams. It did restart at 1:15, Paul, so I'm not sure if you're maybe not catching it at the moment, but we did restart the stream at 1:15ish. So should be seeing cars coming down the hill now in a light rain shower. Message from Tom and Richard Weaver, not able to make it here this weekend. So got to know to be here, and yeah, should be coming up to have a good chance of the top position in the 1100 CT class. Hopefully we'll see you back on the hill shortly. 24-hour BUKC race at Teesside. Is that British University's Kart Club? So there's more than one 24-hour race this weekend. Obviously we have Le Mans, which must have will be starting shortly. Please don't leave us for Le Mans. Please stay watching. Here at Doune we have, you've got 24 hours of Le Mans you can watch. You've only got a few hours of Doune. So stick with Doune and then you can go to Le Mans after you're finished here. Going back to the classes, for Class A, J1 for the junior drivers, obviously Ewan Bruce, the only driver in that class, and running on his first time run record of 63.84. We have a bit of rain down here at the start line now as well. In Class A1, that time from Gary Dixon, just 100th outside his class record. Leads the way from Jody Gordon, with Campbell Gordon third and John Bruce fourth. The road sluice over 2 litres, led by David Reid. The 50.9 from Tommy Rapson, then Brian Wilson. And now we've got John Welsh on the line in his Westfield. 1300 turbocharged in the Road Sport over 1700 class. There's a bit of trouble getting off the line there, John. Still a 3-second plus 64-foot time. So just that transition from rest to going. Causing a few issues. John Shirley in the Ferrari, contrast to the Westfield, in the same class though. So you see John Wells coming up here towards Junction. Take it easy in his uncertain of the conditions. Look a bit wet up heading out of the road. So John Welsh's time was a 60.53. Slightly slower in his first run, perhaps surprisingly. And John Shirley also goes a bit slower. Going to bash that lovely Ferrari. 62.23 for John Shirley. Tim Sugden, this unusual GTM Libra. And near the top of the hill now, Peter Weering in the Mazda. Not eligible for Mazda class, this is a slightly different specification. Is falling up behind Jim Sugden. So Jim Sugden just a little bit slower in his first run. But you can see on the screen now, it looks a bit wetter as Peter Weering up his brake. And yes, he runs a little bit wide there. Oh, he got a bit of a time slapper and right in front of the camera. Wave to the camera, Peter. So that was a close one. So just a little bit dampness at the top of the hill there. You should replay in front of us now. So just a bit heavy then, just catches and spins around, just misses the fence. So he should be okay to carry on, I hope. Still there, waiting for a push for the marshal, perhaps. So, you're in candid camera, Peter. Well, that'll be a fail run for Peter. Oh, that's that little bit of dampness got him out to the top of his bray. So we got a bit of a lottery perhaps here for some of these drivers coming up. Depends how wet the rain continues. It looks as though in that picture the car has stopped raining. You can see no water falling on the screen, so perhaps maybe. So car 39 just been pushed off there. There you are, I can see where he is. Arse will do some sweeping now, and Peter Wearing carries on up to the top of the hill. So Neil Ross's Porsche Boxster on the line for his rerun. There, and he's safely up through the tunnel, which is probably quite dry through the tunnel. And you come out of the tunnel and he's got his wipers on, so maybe some rain is still falling. Doesn't look so bad from above. Across the meadow, there it is, there's the rain in the meadow. So let's see if he gets around the top corner. Yeah, he's safely through. did set quite a good time compared to the first run. He may actually take the class lowest time then. 56.86 is actually quicker than his first run time. Ian Crawford, the second of the Mazdas. Michael tail out there from Ian in the same place as the previous Mazda runner. He's twitching through the S's there over the line. 61.60. That's a couple of seconds slower. Michael King could have got away with by running early in the double-driven car. Here's Neil Gunroot, class record holder at the top of the hill. He's a 57.28 for Neil. Again, 2 seconds slower in his first run. What can Jim King do? I heard Jim talking at lunchtime, but it looks like the track is definitely getting wetter. Oh, cuts the corner at the bottom of East Bray. And, yep, just stayed on, just rubs the edge of the track at the top of East Bray. Through the S's safely. 2 attempts the last corner, and he's over the line in a 57.32, which is actually an improvement in his first run. Andrew Grover over the line in his Silver Riot, running in Class B4 by himself. By John Ramsey in his Nova. .27 for John Ramsey. I think John Albiston is Brown BT38, which I presume he hasn't had time to change onto which yet, so this could be an interesting one for him. I can't see exactly what he's running on. It looks like slicks to me. He's getting gently through the top of the hill. 54.53 from John. Again, just over a second slower this first run. Brian Hunter on hill number 55, running in the inter-club class, not the national classes in the programme. He had a problem with the first run, I think, but he's slightly quicker this time, 60.58. Charlie Fraser in the Spire. They're going to be tricky, these runners now, in some dampish conditions. Yeah, oh, Charlie's going right off there. Dobby's Bray, he's gone right across the track to the inside fences. Driver's okay, but the car spun right across the track there, so Tom Graham's been held, but he'll have a go to the way for the recovery vehicle to come. But yeah, Charlie Fraser's caught out by that bit of dampness at the top of the hill, running on the slick tyres, and obviously just once it went across the track. The marshals are saying the driver's indicating he's okay. We can't, unfortunately, it's one of those occasions where the cameras, we can't actually see where the car ended up. So a slight pause here for this red flag incident.
I was watching 6-hour race from Spa, and they had an off, a couple of cars hit the barrier, so they had to replace the barrier. They could replace the barrier and the uprights about 3/4 of an hour. They could go anywhere else.
So we just got the recovery vehicle at the top of each bray, and they're just getting the cable out. Looks like a tow, to begin with, to get it out of the grass. Tim Thompson, clerk of the course, looking on. Tim has returned to hill climbing this year. There's Charlie looking at the car, looking all well and good. Bit of a car there and his helmet, obviously. But yeah, they see how badly damaged it might be, but it take a while to get the cable out. Obviously, the grass being a bit wet up here, the truck probably can't go further back. There's a bit of a delay now. No, it's Tim Thompson, former top 10 hill climber. Normally sharing the car these days with Jonathan Flesher, but obviously marking here means he can't drive as well. Then a replay coming on screen of Dolly's accident again. Just over the top, up a little bit, just put the power on there, just shoot across there quite swiftly. As you can see, we just can't see where it finished up. So from what I can see, the screen looks like the cable's maybe been tied on. There's some tension in the cable. They're just looking at the car coming back out, are they? Probably do some damage, perhaps bringing the car out because they're having to drag it over the grass. Well, that could be the end of Charlie's weekend. Don't know how far he went, of course. This break maybe has given the rain a chance to pass over. There's still rain here at the start line, but track at the top of his braid doesn't look to be getting much wetter. So maybe it just moved across. I'm trying to see if we can see the rain up there. There's still umbrella up still. So you can see from the cable pulling, the car has been dragged out of undergrowth. So as we do these are rounds of the Scottish Championship, we divided the number of classes and divisions. So in the competition division, which is led by Charlie Forsyth in his single-seater 130R, Charlie Fraser in this Spire, actually second overall. We had a couple of third places. And 8 points behind Charlie Forsyth, and then 4 points ahead of Gary Warren, who missed the first round at Forestburn last weekend, or didn't score anyway. Yes, we've seen the nose of the car appear. Now we're working on the tow rope, but there's some excavation of vegetation going on, I think, as well. There's bits of grass flying over, so maybe they're having to dig a bit of the car out before they can get it properly onto the end of the toe. They've given up on the toe at the moment. So more on the chat. Laura Wardle commenting from her home down south. Her arm is still in a sling where she had an accident at Prescott. So she's missing it all up here. Normally shares the Porsche with Jonathan Williamson. That's been for over 30 years. But we're missing you here as well, Laura, up here. Hopefully your arm will get better soon. We'll see you back on the hills in the car in the near future. And there's a car coming out now of the grass. And he's driving up the top of the hill, which is good news. So yeah, Charlie Fraser driving the car up to the finish line. Obviously, he got it out and he's able to drive it, so that's good news for Charlie. We'll always have a good look at making sure it's all working properly before it comes up again. But certainly better than it looked like from the initial incident. As you can see from that picture on the screen, there's quite a large grass area, but then there is a fence, a spectator fence, and obviously perhaps some thicker vegetation just stopped the car before it got too close to that, because obviously the car is drivable. So we'll get the action back on the way very soon. Marshall has finished sweeping. Cars in the top paddock. No damage to infrastructure, obviously. And the rain is still falling, as you can see on the screen. I'm just outside my commentary box. You can see the rain coming down there on that screenshot of the start line. Thank you to everybody for subscribing to the online streaming. Thank you to all the spectators here at Doune in person. Hopefully we'll get rid of the weather for you soon and we'll get some decent dry weather again. But at the moment, it's looking it's going to settle for a wee while maybe. Right, back to where we were. There's Tom Graham in his single stem megapin coming to the line. Still on slick tyres, as is Charlie Forsyth behind him. So these runs will probably not improve their position in the class, but they still count points for this particular run. It feels good for Tom Graham in the line. Only one of the two Grahams here this weekend. Normally it's Tom Coon and Colin Graham, both from Wishaw, but just a Tom here this weekend. Tom taking it fairly easy the way up. It's a bit drier there at Barragain through the tunnel. Well, let's see what the weather looks like. It's still falling there. And you can see the marks left on the road from the car. No rain there. So take it carefully now, Tom, the top of the hill. And he's safely through. And you should get to the top without any problem now. Well, for Forsyth Hill in his 130R, home built single seater, named after the famous corner at Suzuka Race Circuit in Japan. And then behind Charlie we got Leslie Ann Schooler in a midget. So after that, time for Tom Gray was 63.08. The time for Charlie Forsyth is 51.76. Both times much slower. And Stephen Bryant is on the hill in his Ford Falcon. Spoke to him at lunchtime, and yes, it does tend to fill the track. But he is getting more and more track time in the car, and Jim Brown, the Riley, saves the line. There's a Falcon in front of you on the screen. 4.7 litres of Mr. Ford's best under the bonnet. Carefully with Tom Grace Gray, unsuccessfully. And there's a majestic looking ascent there from the Falcon. 62.75. Leslie Ann Schooler's time was 76.15. Jim Brown followed up by Ken Sutherland in his GBS 0. Brown is, I'm sure my father had Rolls 1500 best similar to this. The Riley was the more sporting of the two. It was used to win the British Touring Car Championship, or the Saloon Car Championship as it was called, in the very first year. 75.12 for Jim Brown. Now this will be interesting. Stephen Darley in the Subaru Legacy. 2.06 off the line for 64 feet. And we heard at lunchtime that we've got a new set of slicks for this afternoon's next run, for the timed run, trying to break the record. Whether that will happen now, obviously, brake lights on up through the tunnel there. Not a handful. But he's setting class leading times at the moment. Now, Tom Beach Gray, how the hard to do with it. Yeah, there's a problem there. But Stephen Barley heading up towards the top. Well, now his time. The 50.77. So practice time that will be so Stephen Darley, this is actually his best time of the day so far. 50.77, just 2/10 below Damien Bradley's class leading time in practice, this is of course. So it's the last practice run. The next run will be the timed qualifying run, and both Stephen and Damien are registered for the British Championship. There's John McQuillan takes it radical up to the top of the hill and a 67.18. Again, a practice run for John. That has had now in a replay there of Peter Wearing's Mazda spinning on the big screen. But here the cars coming down the hills. So that's the last of the timed second run for the Scottish Championship contenders. So how the classes look like at the moment, we have got in Class J1 for the junior drivers under 16, Ewan Bruce as a sole runner leading the class, and up to 1400 Gary Dixon, close to the class record, leads that class. From Jody Gordon second, Campbell Gordon third, and John Bruce fourth. Derek Roth running himself in his class, and then over 2 litre saloon cars, David Reid leads at a 50.92 from Tommy Rapson, a 51.67, and Brian Wilson 55.58. And they all improved on their times at run. In the road sports up to 1400. It's Callum Norris who leads that way, the 55.42 ahead of Rory Matheson, 58.36, and Ben Dixon, the 59.70. John Welsh leads John Shirley based on their first run times, 58.72 and 59.3. Mark Sports Cars, Neil Ross leading the Porsche Boxster, the 56.86 from Jim Subden, 63.29, and Peter Wearing from his first run before his failed run there, 69.43. As this class still led by Michael King with an improvement to 53.82 from Neil Gurwood's first run 55.25 and Jim King 57.32. Andrew Grover by himself in Class B4. B6 is led by Ross Sutherland over Ken Sutherland, both in the GBS 0. John Ramsey in his own saloon labours. Charlie Fraser, despite that fail, is the only runner in the class today. 51.69 in the first run. The two single-seaters led by Charlie Forsyth, the 47 seconds exactly, which is the quickest time of all the Scottish runners. The classic thoroughbred road cars led by Stephen Bryant, the Falcon, from Jim Brown and Les Land Schooler, and John Albiston on his own in Class D3. So that is the second run for the Scottish Championship. Now we have the rest of these badges in this particular run are the final practice run for the National Championship runners. So I'm sure someone will want to come out and check the conditions, and there will come a point, I'm sure, when there'll be a decision to be made by the single-seaters and others to whether to go from slicks to intermediates or to wets, because obviously the rains continue to fall, but not heavy. But it could well be a point where it becomes inappropriate to use slick tyres, and every driver will have his own decisions to make about when to put on the wets or the intermediates. At the moment we're still on the road going cars, and the first car is John Langmead from another Devon driver up here all the way. Again, he went by himself in the class this weekend, unfortunately, which means he'll get fewer points in the British Hillclimb Cup, but he just had to come up. He's a golf professional from down in the far south, and he'll be looking to just consolidate, check out the conditions before his next run, which will be the important one of the day. So John Pitt going across the meadow in his AMS Mutaya 4-wheel drive Subaru Impreza base sports car. John been running this car for a number of years. It's still the only one I've ever seen. Andy Greenan is posted on the chat online, and if you're wondering why Andy Greenan's not here, Andy and Adam, well, Andy certainly is in the same race at the moment. Enjoying the sunshine, I presume. So, hi Andy. And a lot more subscribers coming on to subscribe to the HillClimb TV stream. We've got 12,995 subscribers now. Oh, Mark Maynard really runs the barrier on the inside edge very close there, the last corner, but successfully up to the top of the hill. How are these times doing to... Yeah, Mark Maynard about a second and a half slower than his previous run here. Eric Morey, the turbocharged him, will be... these cars will always be a bit slower than they are in the last run, which is perfect drive. Eric takes a turbocharged up across, 60.61. Still a quicker of the two imps. Oh, John Ramsey in the hill. He looks after the Burgess here and many other things here at Doune Hillclimb. He knows the circuit really well. There's a famous Opel Manta orange, or orange Opel Manta, 55.93. So yeah, good, but 3.5 seconds, nearly 4 seconds slower as Jonathan Williamson on the hill, followed by Andrew Norris, as two Porsches come to each other. Damien Bradley, 1.93 seconds off the start line for 64 feet. That's the first sub 2 second time we've seen all day, I think. 2 seconds for 64 feet, pulling 1G of acceleration. You leave a slightly damp track, that 4-wheel drive legacy, 1.93. aesthetic class leading times at the moment. So, even Bradley's maybe the 50.53 from earlier. And he could be beating that time this afternoon, even a little bit damper. 50.07. So both Damien and Steve Bradley improving on that third run. Despite the slightly better conditions, benefits of four-wheel drive perhaps. Yes, Twemlow now on the line, on the hill. Last run in this class. I mean, we're talking, David and Brad was talking about breaking the record. Well, I mean, the record at the moment, yeah, with Donald McCaskill in an amazing Mitsubishi Evo, 44.58 for that class. And I think David said he did a 46 before. So if the weather gets better tomorrow, maybe he could get into record breaking. Mike West near the top of the hill is Radical, followed by Matthew Price in his Radical, which is Force Lieber cars now. McDonald from Dalbiti, ex-Manx Grand Prix winner and TT rider, is on the line ready to go in his supercharged Force. Alan, you used to drive the outrageous Mitsubishi Evo Mini, basically a Mini with a Mitsubishi Evo engine, and last fiber bodywork. Now moved on to this Porsche RS4 last couple of years. Duncan Barnes, a turbocharged version of the Norma top hillclimb car in Europe. Ending in this car, 58, 59 to the S's. Duncan at 48 seconds exactly. Brian Beverley driving a number of cars in Scottish Hill Climbs and motor racing in the past. I think they call him the Hillman Avenger. 1 point, 49.54, actually leads the class ahead of Alan McDonald. He has transferred from the Scottish classes to national classes. And they see why. Ben Hamer now in the first of our 1100 single seaters. This we've got Kawasaki turbocharged engine. Here with his brother Will Kerr. 46.71 for Ben Hamer. And that's running about nearly 3 seconds off the pace of the last run. Another double driven car with Robin Wood in the Force PT. Most of the cars with 1100cc class run Suzuki engines, apart from the Hamer Kerr Kawasaki, and also Richard McDossian's BMW engine in his Raptor number 82, the ex-Robert Kenrick car. Again, Robin Wood 5 seconds slower. Kirsten Dodd here with Caroline Ryder in the Formula 4 car. The Formula 4's run the same tyres, dry or wet. So tread the tyres whether it's dry or whether it's wet. So which is a newcomer to the sport last year. Paul Jones, the Force TA. This is Darren Gumby's car. Has this a number of years, and this year sharing with Paul Jones. Needs for Alan Warburton. Paul Jones over the line in a 56, high 56. Alan Warburton. Up to 600 CT cars now. Paul Jones stays in 6.3 seconds slower than the quicker in his first round. So they're all doing it at intermediate times in the first round and the second rounds now. It was Alan Warburton 52.05, and Steve Marr on the hill, sharing Richard Spedding's Raptor. Steve hasn't been in the car for about a year to get it back into the swing of things. Last year we drove possibly in Guernsey last July, and then we had Richard an issue with the engine. 52.7 from Steve Marr. But it's these runs, the times, obviously the practice runs only, but interesting to see the times compared to previous runs. Sitting here in the commentary box, it looks like the rain has stopped down here. Maybe it's drying up all the way, and maybe we'll get a bit more traction as the next batches go up. Really nothing like it was at Gigant or needed Gurston Down a few weeks ago, where we had rivers running across the track, and it just became impossible to put the water off the track because the fields were saturated either side. Gurston, we just had to abandon it because there was no way of making the track safe. Unfortunately, the day because when they actually made the decision, it was dry. The track was still wet, and then just immediately after they made the decision to stop it, it poured it down again. So, it was a wise decision to make. Because here we've got nearly 600 people watching the stream at the moment. So now we're waiting for the next class batch of cars to come forward to take their third practice run. So the first car we should expect, I believe, should be Stuart Doune. Fact, going Stuart Doune. We're going to the 1100 single seaters, and it's Leslie Sheridan in the Reynard, ex Formula 3 Reynard. As the all cars in this class, apart from two, powered by various sizes of Suzuki engines. So 52.73 from Ledger Sheridan, which is a couple of seconds slower than our best practice run so far. We're reseating now. Followed by Andrew McCaskill. So there's a big class of up to 1100cc basic cars that we've got accustomed to over the years. Oh, and a big twitch from Andrew McCaskill going into junction. He gets away with it. It looks a bit drier up the hill now. And the rain seems to have stopped. And Andrew McCaskill does get across the finishing line safely. And a time of 50.70. These times still not. The really season time of 50.59, which unusually was the fastest of the day for a driver. Will Kerr in the turbocharged Kawasaki now. We're followed by Jonathan Klesher in the OMS 28. Jonathan really put in some good times the last few weekends. And he tells me he got a new seat in the car which actually makes him feel part of the car. So much more comfortable fitting. Here the last year with his son Dylan, who's now immigrated to New Zealand, Australia. So sharing normally with Tim Thompson, who for the last couple of years has been the mentor. Jonathan Fletcher, for the top of the hill. And he's improved his time as well to 42.48. 42.48, so perhaps the track is coming back to good condition again. The tyres the water, the temperature's quite warm. And there's actually no spray coming off the track at the moment. Imagine the move was offline, but it looks like a dry line appearing. Anthony Wood was quicker to Garden Gate than his previous, but Anthony S is okay, so he's been quicker as well. And he is by 402nd. So rain shower has passed over and we're getting a good track back into good condition again. Leaving the line is the Blue Raptor of Richard Tossian, which a few years ago in the hands of Robert Kenrick was the pace setter in this class. And he still holds a lot of records, and none of his records across the country have been beaten yet by anybody in this class. But Kenrick's record here is a 37.76. Richard Tossian, it's a different engine than the one Kenrick had. Like a larger capacity, but still a BMW. He's improved again, but he's improved quite a lot in that run. Still in 14th in the class so far. Dave Tatham, one of the class leaders these days, in these DJ, with the absence of Tom Weaver. In the absence of Tom Weaver this weekend, he should be one of the favourites to win. That's going a bit slower. Stuart Bicker now is one of the forthcoming young drivers who has set this class alight this year. That was Force TA. Newton last year, drove a Jedi before that. And the class win here should be between Bickley, Tatum and Gary Warren. Gary Warren, local hot shoe. Brian wide there, tunnel. Got away with it. So he's not hitting class leading times yet. This one was a bit slow from Gary Warren. We shall see. It looks quite quick there, but yeah, he's slightly slower than his previous run. Still the quickest car in the class, but just 500 slower than his previous best. Carline Rider on the hill in the Van Diemen. As usual, be having a close battle with Sarah Bosworth and her Van Diemen. In the Formula Ford class. They are into the British Hillclimb Cup this year and competing in all around. Caroline, of course, the mother of Matt Ryder. And the daughter of Ken Ayers, who British sprint champion in the past. Caroline Ryder 54.27. A little bit slower than Sarah Bosworth. Into 1600cc 100cc single seater class. It's in practice timed obviously by David Warburton, Richard Spedding, and Jan Gumbley, who's on the hill now. So Dan Gumbley 43.63. And I think this class of cars had the best of the conditions earlier on. So you see it goes towards the end of the runners. Mark Schlenker, another of the fourth TAs. Get all the cars in this class running Suzuki engines. So Richard Spedding and David Warburton, top two quickest cars so far in the class. Richard Spedding 40.16, still not as quick as Warburton. He's on the hill now. Oh, and that looks so quick through the bottom of the East Bray. Oh, and the inside of they're bounced over the inside of East Bray, the top of East Bray. Set the car a bit perhaps, but it's still pretty quick. 39.25, exactly the same time as his previous practice run. Now he's got a little bit of a bump at the top of East Bray. Just caught the inside edge. Onto some double drivers now to finish off this batch. Andrew Colburn. Yeah, in fact, just been told that the reason Olivia Cooper and the family are not here this weekend is because her father, Richard Brown, who many of the older members of the forum or of the spectators here, Richard Brown, who held the outright hill record of Shells of All for many years. Unfortunately, Richard passed away last week. Their sympathies go to the Cooper family, and we'll see them when they're ready to come back and compete again later on in the year. So, that is the sad news from down south. We just had there for the quickest run of the day so far in the practice runs. So we'll get to the competition run shortly. Quickest run of the day by Sean Gould, 37.93. So obviously the car is well fixed after Matt Ryder's off at Shells de Walsh. If you are going to be basing our top 12 runners, get an idea of who might be involved in top 12 runoff, looking at the practice time. Obviously people like Sean Gould, Alex Summers, Will Hall, Wallace Mingies, Trevor Willis, also David Warburton maybe, Jonathan Varley, Richard Spedding could be there, Gary Warren even if he's registered, and Matt Ryder is on the top dozen at the moment, but obviously there's still a practice run to go for some of them, and then the actual time competition run. But we get an idea of who the top 12 might be later on in the afternoon. Looking back over the years of the rounds we've had here, I've been 146 rounds or runoffs in the British Championship here at Doune over the last 50 plus years, and the driver with the most wins is Martin Groves with 17. Remember that since 1999 there have been two scoring runoffs per event, whereas before that there was just one. So drivers who maybe, and this is since the 1970s basically, this number here. Martin Groves 17, Scott Moran 11, Alex Summers 11, Trevor Willis 8. Martin Griffiths 7, David Grace 8, Willis Mingies 6. So There were a few surprises over the years. 1973, very cold September, Alex Brown driving the Palliser with a double driver, first up the hill. And then the rains came and he won his only top 10 runoff win. Anion Price won here as well in bad conditions. And Alex Summers, 2 of his came in the rain here in the small DJ Firehawk 1.3 supercharged engine. I think it was back in about 2013. First 2 wins here at Doune. 2013, September 2013, times of 14:42 seconds. You can see how wet it was at that meeting. But Alex, with a lower power car, it came through to win both runoffs that day. Yes, apologies online. The commentary position here at Doune is very close. It's very close to the warm-up, the tyre warm-up area outside the commentary box here. So that's why it tends to be overpowering sometimes. There's still a loud tyre warming here at Doune. Other hills do not allow it any longer. And we're not sure how long we've allowed it here. Now the 2-litre class, 2-litre single-seater class. Jonathan Varley, the current quickest time in practice in the class, at 39.91. The seating setting purple sectors all the way up to junction. Car does 13,000 RPM from his Terry Davis V8. It's a 39.46 from Jonathan, so he leads that class in practice time by 4 seconds. So certainly the best car in the class. And Terry Davis, who makes these jewels of engines for people like Bill Varley. At 52.67. It's going on line now, on the hill line. It's Paul Crute in the Jagger engine OMS. Followed by the same chassis, OMS 28 of Harry Pick. This time with a Cosworth XD of 2.65. Engine which also appeared in Jack Corsel's car and Alex Summers' car. And indeed also is the basis of the engine in Wallace Mingy's car, but slightly larger capacity in Wallace's case of 3.3. So Harry Pick up over the line. Corfield crosses the line there on a 40.93. By far his quickest time of the day by a couple of seconds. So sort of a few issues here with the audio, with the engines being so close. Dave Duran, his practice time 40.97. The quicker round the second time up. Heather Willis. Willis 40.03, slightly slower. Will Hall and Alex Summers on the line. Will Hall a 38.68. We're still in third position for Will Hall. Alex Summers currently 600s behind Sean Gould in these practice runs. Alex Summers 38.18 and Matt Ryder now. Still getting back into the feel of the car, I imagine, after his off his shells. So we're not probably the top half dozen at the moment. Back to Stein, but he's been doing this run, getting personal best at the moment. Matt Ryder 13.74, pushing him up to 5th fastest in practice. And now Wallace Mingy's. Come on. And Wallace at 38.99, so stays in 4th position in practice times. Of course, the real thing is still to come. So Andy Tippett in the Brabham, followed by George Cohill in the Chevron. As runner of George Cohill in the pink Chevron, back to the Scottish runners and their final times run of the day. So the first car on the line is John Bruce in the MGZR. It will be the best time of the three that decides the class positions. Followed by Alex Howells. He's the second driver, the first driver of the two driver cars. John Bruce sharing with his son and Alex Howells sharing with his wife. So John Bruce's time. This is best of the day, 59.38. Alex Howells looking to get below 65 or below 65 seconds. His best time so far is 65.31, and that's just outside it, 66.05. Truly got a second in class behind Gary Dixon. 53.04, not quite sufficient to beat Gary, but I'm sure he'll stay second with that time. Vicky Park is heading across the meadow in her Mini Cooper S, and leaving the line, Rory Matheson in his Westfield. Vicky Park, 57.77. Our second time of 57.40 with a quicker run. Rory Matheson got to the second place in class with his second run, ahead of his co-driver Ben Dixon. But he's going very slowly through the S's. Looked away from the screen there, maybe missed something, but that is not good news for the pair of them. And he's just cruising across the line. 70.96, so something obviously went wrong which I didn't quite catch. His second round time, 58.36, will be the one he keeps. So that's that match, which of course includes the big end single seaters. At them all now returning to the paddock. So all the cars now in this run will be on competitive class times. So this is the third timed run for the Scottish contingent, and then will the one and only timed run for the national drivers immediately after, and that will account for positions in the British Hillclimb Cup and also qualifying positions for the British Championship, or the top 12 runoff for the British Championship, round 11. Yeah, just look at a rerun of Rory Matheson's Westfield there. It seems to lose power at the Commutive Junction. So we'll have to wait to see if that car comes again. He's obviously able to get back down the hill again. But he seems to lose power at the Commutive Junction and much slower immediately and to the top of the hill. We still obviously had some power, but not as much as previously. So that's the first 5 cars with their final class runs for the Scottish runners. So back into Class A1, road saloons up to 1400. Once we get the other cars back into their paddock positions, we all seem to be downhill now. Oh, here we go with the next batch of cars. John Hamilton, Rover Mini. Currently fifth in this class. 2 runs within 100th of each other. .74 and a 64.75. It looks though John's not improving on his times at the moment. Sam Shaw in the Volkswagen follows him up. John Hamilton has managed to pick up the time now. His personal best at the S's. 63.94 for John Hamilton. That is an improvement. Still leaves him in 5th position. I'm sure if Fox followed by Anthony Reid in the Cherry. Unusual competitive cars here, really. You don't see many Datsun Cherries competing in motorsport. Anthony Reid doing some good times. Sam Shaw has improved his time up to the S's. 67.48, but just 200 slower than his previous best. So Sam Shaw still stays in 9th position. Anthony Reid is setting yellow sectors at the moment. So he's got a 64.81 to improve on. It's a 62.73. So a 2-second improvement there from Anthony. Pushing up into 5th position in the class. Ahead of John Hamilton. Derek Rossi is running himself in class A2. 50.60. That's his best time of the day, so he will obviously win that class. Moving on now to class A4. And with Callum Norris, the Silver Riot. 55.86, that's actually the slowest time of the day. But he still leads the class quite comfortably. He should win it from there. Simon Rothney, now in the Vauxhall in the over 2 litre class. And he's setting yellow sector time, so he should be beating his time of 56.16, 55.71. So after Simon Roth, it's 55.71. We had a 57.41 from Jim Howarth, which is a good improvement in his previous best. And then a 50.84 for Tommy Rapson puts him at the moment in the lead. David Reid won't know about that in time, and he got to find that is 49.89 for David Reid, so he regains lead and will take the class with that time. Yep, Ewan Bruce on the line, class J1, the 14 and 16 year old, and his MGZR. He set a new class record, his first run, 63.84. They started hill climbing this car at the April meeting. And here at Doune anyway. And he's running, setting personal best at the moment. But could this be another new class record? And personal best for Ewan Bruce. It is indeed 61.92, so another nearly 2 seconds improvement there from Ewan. So as he gets more time in the car, more runs, times are coming down. Only a couple of seconds behind his father now. Jenny Howells leaves the line. Jenny Howells wanting to improve on. She can improve at 65.31. She'll have a bragging race over her husband Alex. She looks as though she's not setting personal best at the moment, so it was a slower time, I'm afraid. Right down to 70.01 for Jenny. That's her slowest time, so we'll stay in the 8th position. Campbell Gordon. The family Peugeot is on the way, and then we could have Gary Dixon, but he's not there, so maybe he's resting on his laurels from his 52.4 earlier. Campbell Gordon. Not quite hitting the heights of earlier. 57.17, so again his second run was his best run. And now it's over to Luther Sloan's in the last. It's Brian Wilson in the shared mini. He was third, but 5 seconds behind the second place class, which I call to consolidate that third position. 54.77, finds a second or so. So he will be third in class, I believe, unless Brian Hunter way up shortly can find a handful of seconds to get above Brian Wilson, but Brian will be third. Michael King in the Mazda. I think purple sectors, he is leading the class at the moment. So see if he can improve on that even more. 53.33, so an improvement there. Another improvement, Michael King. Ross Sutherland, BS 0. This match. Ross was leading the class. Good few seconds from Ken. Here in the car with him. Oh no, he's coming. Oh, he's just out of Oak Tree there. Opposite Lockett of Oak Tree. Rammed the barrier on the inside of Oak Tree. And I'm not sure if he got around Garden Gate. So, yeah, he just came out of Oak Tree, back stepped out, right across the track, got the front on the area on the inside of the track between Oak Tree and Garden Gate. So, a bit of delay now while they clear that mess up. Also running off the previous post to help. If I fail from this occasion. Car is up at Garden Gate on the inside. Driver is out of the car. So he has hit the barrier between Oak Tree Garden Gate and damaged the front of the car, so he couldn't actually get around, I imagine, Garden Gate. Wrecker truck is there and the ambulance, but the driver seems okay. There's Ross. So a bit of a delay here now when we recover the car, and obviously have to check the barrier for damage. Hopefully it was too badly damaged because it just it's a glancing blow, should we say. So, having looked at that again in slow motion, thanks to Rich on the television screen there, obviously a few posts may be requiring to be repaired. Barry did his job very well. Obviously, there are a few posts which are needing replaced, as you can see on screen. Sledgehammers are out and working on that for a few more minutes yet.
Watch yourself, guys.
Oh, it looks as though the barrier repairs are more or less finished now. Barrier did its work well, and it flexed, and you can see it in slow motion when you see it on the screen. It's quite amazing how it flexed, and you can see the posts all the way along. The posts weren't broken, apparently they were just bent over, but the ground's quite soft there, so they put in some extra posts behind. Oh, there's a good picture of a marshal now on the screen. But look at a replay. But no, the posts weren't bent. They're just put some reinforcement in behind the posts now. So we'll be able to start continuing with the action very shortly. So look at the final class positions in the classes we've had completed so far. Obviously Ewan Bruce, with that second new class record of the day, takes the junior class. In class A1 for roadstones up to 1400. Harry Dixon with his second run of 52.40. Just 100th away from his class record. Takes the win. From Jody Gordon on 53.04, and Camel Gordon 56.64 takes third. Derek Rossi improved his times down to 50.60 in class A2, and that, in fact, that's the only class that we've had complete so far in this third class run. So more information when we get the final runners in those classes up the hill. Of course, Ross Sutherland was the last car of that batch, so they are now all coming back down the hill. And we can get the next batch underway very shortly. So after practice, the top 12 who have repeated this in the timed run would qualify for the top 12 runoff. The top 12 after practice are Sean Gould, Alex Summers, Will Hall, Wallace Mingies, David Warburton, Jonathan Varley, Matthew Ryder, Trevor Willis, Richard Spedding, Dave Duran, Jack Cottrell and Gary Warren. So if they repeat that in this timed runs, then that will be your top 12, but a long way to go yet. In the Scottish Championship, the Inter Club, the overall leader is Charlie Forsyth. But coming to line now is John Welsh in his Westfield. So this is the road sports cars over 1700, so John Welsh and the Ferrari of John Shirley are the two contenders in this class. The contrast there. You know. So these two cars in this class on the hill now together. And John Welsh is setting purple times for the class. The top of the hill, and John Shirley setting purple times halfway up the hill. So who's going to come out on top at the end? Time for John Welsh is 57.61, which is a big improvement, and puts him into the lead of the class, where he was actually before. But John Shirley's also said purple, so he's down back to yellows. So John Shirley maybe lost a bit there in the top half of the hill. So it should be John Welsh who takes the class. We're quite close. John Shirley finishing a 58.62, so just 1.01 seconds behind. Now Jim Sugden in the GTM Libra. Followed by Peter Wearing, who had that spin at the top of East Bray on his second run. Obviously no damage done. So Jim Sugden goes over the line in a 63.99, but no improvement. And Peter Waring followed up by Neil Ross in the Boxster, who is leading the class by a substantial amount. Peter Wearing 73.78, which is quite a slow time. .11 Ian Crawford. So Jim King there running a bit wide at the top of each bray. Need a bit of sweeping. Ian Crawford's time is 60.11. Jim King is 56.44, which leaves him in third. And Neil Girdwood is running second in class. Needs a couple of seconds to get ahead of Michael King. And followed up by Andrew Grover in the silver, running by himself in class B4. No, not as in the programme B6. Neil Girdwood 54.81. Still second in class for Neil Girdwood. 1 Michael King, 2 Neil Girdwood. Andrew Grover. A good improvement, Andrew. 48.63. And then John Ramsey. These cars running single classes here, really. John Ramsey in the Nova. He looks like he's setting his personal best of the day. 52.47 for John Ramsey. John Albiston, there's BT, Robin BT30 of John Albiston. Class D3, he's setting good times of the 50.70. 50.70. Says fast of the day by quite a margin, but just beating himself there. Then we go back to class A3. This is Brian Hunter in his Mini, transfer from the national class. He's 7th earlier on, so we need to find 3 seconds to take the lead in the class, so probably unlikely unless he had a really bad run earlier. But he did find nearly 2 seconds, but it still leaves him in 7th place in the class. Tom Graham and Charlie Forsyth in the single seaters. Charlie Forsyth well ahead of Tom Graham, but that's the best of the day from Tom Graham, 52.25. Charlie Forsyth is looking like setting the quickest time in the Scottish Championship classes, which is not surprising. Quicker than his previous best of 47 seconds exactly, with 45.59. 45.59. Charles Forsyth, the quickest in the Scottish Championship classes overall today. Nedland Schooler in the midget. That's a good improvement for Leslie Ann Schooler. Still leaves her in third place overall in the Classic Thoroughbred Broadcast class. Ford Falk and Stephen Bryant putting all the road up through the S's. Jim Brown follows in the Riley. Stephen Bryant 58.22. That is an improvement, and he will win the class with that time. And Stephen Darley away from the line in the Subaru Legacy. So double drivers in national classes now to finish off this batch. So this is the first timed run for the national runners. So what can Stephen Darley do to set up the target? This is the first qualifying run for the championship runners as well. So Stephen Bradley talked about trying to get the record away from Donald McCaskill. I think that's what happened today at the moment anyway. 47.61 for Stephen Darley. 47.61. No, it's not. So 47.61 for Stephen Darley. That's the first time set, qualification time set for the runoff, and likely to count unless we have a shower of rain. We have John McQuillan. It's his first time of 57.25. This skims the bar at the corner there and across the line. And here the car's coming down the hill as we quickly get the turnaround completed and get on with the next batch of cars. So going back to the British Championship runs, I think we've had all the cars now. And their third time run, the only one that was missing was Brian Hunter in the Cooper S. With that class A3. Well won by David Reed at 49.89. From Tommy Rapson, 50.84. Brian Wilson, 54.77. Simon Rossi in the Vauxhall, 55.71. We didn't see Ben Dixon in the Westfield, but we know that Rory Matheson had an issue when he went up in his Westfield in Class A4. And Class A4 is won by Callum Norris, 55.42, from Rory Matheson, a 58.36. Then Ben Dixon, 59.70. John Welsh beats John Shirley in the Class A6. Class A8 is Neil Ross, 56.13. Wins the class in his Boxster from Jim Sugden, 63.29. And Peter Weering, 69.43. That's the class won by Michael King, 53.33, from Neil Girdwood, 54.81, and Jim King, 56.44. After Ross Sutherland's fail, he wins the class with a 51.48 for the second run, ahead of Ken Sutherland, 56.96. John Ramsey wins the class by himself. Charlie Fraser didn't come back out again in that run after his off, but running by himself in the class, he wins the class. Oliver Scythe, 45.59, beats Tom Gray, 52.25. Haven't got time for Jim Brown. Let's try and find that for the thoroughbred cars. So I seem to have a glitch here. My computer is not showing me the last set of times. But I'll go back to you with those. I'll just keep watching the screen. So Jonathan Limeade leaves the line, running by himself in Class A1. Pick up, he wins the class. I think he picks up 4 points in the British Hillclimb Cup for winning the class with only one runner. For Jonathan Limeade of 51.73. John Pickett also running by himself in the class. His class is A3, A2A is B. All the runners in class is A2 and A3 non-starters. So John Pick getting through in the last corner. He'll also pick up a few points. 53.44 for John Pick. They were into the imp class. And we've got Mark Maynard, followed by Eric Morey. So 2 runners, 2 registered runners in this class. So the winner will pick up 6 points, and the second place will pick up 1 point. So Mark Maynard's time, 62.23, which Eric Morey should be able to beat. Seems to help the class record here. Eric Morey, 52.19, 10 seconds better than Mark Maynard. So, Alan Reid now. And Jock Ramsey, 2 runners in this class. Jock is registered for the championship. Alan's not, his son is, but his son is off watching the football. So it's Alan Reid's time of 52.29. And Jock Ramsey now getting purple sector, so he'll be ahead. Jonathan Williamson on the hill in his Porsche. Jock Ramsey. Yeah, I think he could win this class here with this run. 50.24 for Jock Ramsey. That wins the class today. Obviously scoring points today, but the actual overall class winner is on today's run and tomorrow's run. But each run counts separately for points for the championship and the cup. So Jonathan Williamson is followed up by Andrew Norris. There are 2 Porsches he have today. Then Damien Bradley in the Legacy. How close can he get to the Donald McCaskill record from 2021? Jonathan Williamson 57.07. Damien Bradley leaves the line 1.88 for 64 feet. Yeah. Andrew Norris 55.41. So he goes into second place. How's David Bradley doing? Well, he's actually down in Stephen Darley's time, I think, at the moment. David Bradley 47.78, so just lower than the Stephen Darley. Now it's Jeff Tremblay to run in this class now. Yeah, Jeff Tremblay 57.01. You're down on the hill. Dow's running very quickly here. He's going to get to the. Yeah, it's Stuart Dow 46.92. This is the official fastest time of the day so far for the national runners. So Mike West in the Radical SR1 and Matthew Price in his Radical SR3 are your 2 runners. The blue and orange SR1 of West. John McQuillan is co-driver at 57.25. Mike West 57.16, so very close between the two. And West currently leads. Matthew Price, however, is also heading for a very quick time. Oh, and a bit of a twitch in the back nearly over the line. 46.75 for Matthew Price. It's the quickest time of these runs so far. Alan McDonald now in the Porsche SR4 with a supercharged engine. Registered competitor in the National Championship. And looking for the quickest time so far he's caught the inside curve. He's probably straight. Safe over the line at 46.36, which is the quickest day of the day so far in this class. Duncan Barnes in the Norma. Again, another quick time coming up from Duncan. Ryan Beverly in the Westfield. Oh! And I'm not sure Duncan. A bit of a mess at the top of the S's there. 45.13 still, but they seem to have a slight moment, shall we say, before the last corner. And Brian Beverly was looking for a 47.48 maybe. 46.11. Tag takes the lead in the class. .46.1 there for Brian Beverley, who's transferred from the Inter Club and actually takes the lead in the class there. Ahead of Alan McDonald and Matthew Price. Meanwhile, Ben Hamer in the dual-driven Kawasaki engined OMS, 42.60 is the new fastest time so far in these runs. Lindsay Summers on the hill, followed by Robin Wood. So Lindsay Summers 50.16. Robin Wood. Oh, looking towards the meadow. Across the meadow. Heading up towards the Portuguese Brave. Kirsten Dodd in the Van Diemen. Formula 4 comes up the hill. Robin Wood's time is a 48.11. Kirsten Dodd and Paul Jones on the hill now. Kirsten Dodd in the Van Diemen. And Paul Jones in the Force TA, Darren Gumbidge's Force. 55.90 for Kirsten Dodd. We're back to mobile cameras now. We had a bit of a spell there with no cars on the screen, but now Paul Jones over finish line shortly while Alan Warburton goes up through the tunnel. Paul Jones 51.43. Alan Warburton followed up by Steve Marr. So Alan Warburton things happened out of the class runner 43.61 Alan Warburton. He's followed by Steve Marr and Richard Spedding's Raptor. Running as it has been for the last couple of years, 1600 cc normally aspirated Suzuki after 2 years with a turbocharged version which not always run smoothly. Steve Marr 44.52. And that, I think, will be the end of that batch. So that's a quick rush through those cars. That was good to see. So as I said, these runs all count for points in a round of the British Hillclimb Cup. And so we can say, for example, that Jonathan Langmead in winning Class A1 with no other competitors gets 4 points, unfortunately, only 4 points. As does John Pick, again, only run in the class, only 4 points for him. But they will have another time run tomorrow, another round of the championship tomorrow. Then the awards are presented on the better of those 2 runs. Into Class D1 and Eric Morey easily in the lead there, 10 seconds quicker than Mark Maynard. In Class C2, Jock Ramsey taking points ahead of Alan Reid, who wasn't registered. The Jock will get 6 points there in that class. Next class down, we've got quickest time for Stephen Darley. time for Stephen Darley of 47.61. Ahead of David Bradley, 47.78. Andrew Norris, 55.41. Jeff Tremlow, 57.01. And Jonathan Williamson, 57.07. All registered contenders in the British Hillclimb Cup. Doune was on his own in Class B. The only Caterham booth we have here this weekend. Surprisingly, some years ago there's hordes of Caterhams. In the Class F Sports Labours up to 2000, it's Brian Beverley, head of Al McDonald and Matthew Price. And then they're themselves 10 plus seconds ahead of Mike West and John McQuillan. Duncan Barnes wins Class G, takes the points in Class G at 45.13. And into the other, I think we'll see classes we still have larger cars to run. So at the moment, the top qualifier for the runoff would be Ben Hamer with 42.6, followed by Alan Warburton. And Steve Marr. And Alan McDonald. And Damien Bradley. So, but all the single seaters, Patrick Josh, still to come. So we will not expect these current top qualifiers to be in the top 12 unless we have a downpour, which we don't want, of course. So we're off again, and it's racing cars up to 1100. Later Sheridan in the Reynard. Ex-Formula 3 car from 1990. Now running a Suzuki engine. Following Leslie up the hill is Rory Seaton in the Megapin. Time for Leslie 48.93. Rory's already getting used to the car after a couple of years. But the car is for sale if you look in the barn as you pass the secretary's office or into the hill. The car, the Megapin, is actually for sale. 47.92 for Rory. Andrew McCaskill in his force. Followed by the car that's currently leading the class in the hands of his co-driver. This is Will Kerr now. And he's setting purple sectors early on, but Andrew McCaskill 47.61. In that little battle with Leslie Sheridan and Rory Seaton for top Scottish driver in that class. Will Kerr setting the screen to light. 41.42 goes quickest so far. Richard Summers in the DJ Firehawk. Wife Lindsay at 50.16 earlier on. Richard 44.98. We're now into the some of the class winning contenders. Jonathan Fletcher really quick through junction there. Getting what looks like he's cut the inside edge at Toby's Bray. Set the car a little bit and he nearly got the cone. Really pushing Jonathan. And it's a 41.72. Jonathan Fletcher, that is now the quickest time of the day so far. Oh no, Will Kerr still. Will Kerr 41.42, Jonathan Fletcher 41.72. Anthony Wood 47.56. Nigel Pitt in the OMS 3000M. .45.85 for Nigel Pitt. Richard Matossian in the ex-Kendrick. They're looking quicker than it has been all day. Went to stop the leaders, but a quick run from Richard, 42.53. Now David Tatham, and this will be a quick run because he's one of the top. 39.49 for David Tatham. First sub 40-second run on this time run, but Stuart Bickley has something to say about that. Stuart, one of the leading drivers in the small racing cars these days, can he get close to? Oh no, again, clipping the inside at Bobby Beach Bray. flashing red, so it could be a 38, 39. 200 slower, and David Tatum there, 39.51. So Gary Warren and the local man Gary Warren takes the back out of the top of his bray. He's not quite as quick as the runs before him. 39.92 for Gary Warren, so just goes into third in class. Just lost a bit at the top of his bray when the back stepped out. And now we got it slows down a bit now to the Formula 4 cars. Caroline Ryder and followed by Sarah Bosworth. So far, Kirsten Dodd's at 55.9. But both Caroline and then Sarah behind her are setting purple sectors. So this should put Caroline up top ahead of Kirsten, 52.10. Caroline ahead of her co-driver. And now Sarah Bosworth. Sarah Bosworth. Or a bit noise. Sarah Bosworth now setting purple sector junction, so you're going to beat Caroline. They've been having a great battle all season so far in their respective Van Diemen's. Just a year difference in the chassis. 50.64 for Sarah. That's a really good time, and takes the win in the class at the moment by 1.5 seconds. Andrew Short not entered for the in the OMS CF07 fibre chassis in the 2-litre 1600 racing car class. 45.84 goes third at the moment. So Darren Gumley was coming to the line, but he's been pushed back a bit, and they're looking closely at the back of the car, probably a chain. As David Warburton was saying during lunch break, having a prop shaft in there, Suzuki engine cooled, there's a weight off the mind sometimes. Cars can break chains quite easily if they're overstressed. So no start for Darren in this run. Mark Schlenker. His first TA, a new car to Mark this year. And Richard Spedding leaves the line in the Raptor 2. This 1600 class currently led by Alan Warburton at 43.61, but Richard Spedding now getting pings all the way up the circuit at the moment. Mark Schlenker 46.37. Yeah, another one at the top of his bray. And a bit of smoke from the Raptor there, Richard Spedding, but it's a 38.92. Who's that qualifying for the runoff? Dave Warburton will have something to say about the class lead here. David currently second in the British Hillclimb Cup. 37.74. Good well here. David. 37.74. Will almost certainly qualify him for the runoff. Andrew Colborne on the hill with Nicola Dearden following. So these are the first of the dual drivers. And after Nicola will be Tricia Davis. So Andrew Colborne, 55.69. Obviously leads the class at the moment. Nicola Deirdre 62.93. Trish Davis, and then we go into big car class for Stephen Owen. Trish Davis. Trish Davis 51.22. Steve Owen has qualified for runoffs here before. Can he do it again today? As first runner in the class, he's obviously using his purple time, but Sean Gould's right behind him. Steve Owen 42.56. Sean Gould. Expected. Big time at the Iron Gate. Junction. Safest way to finish at 36.98. 36.98, easily at the moment. By half a second, the quickest time of this run. Moment look at the top 12 registered contenders, I would say the cut-off point is currently 43.61, which is Alan Warburton's time. But with another another 11 runners to go, then obviously we expect a fair number of them to be quicker than 40 seconds. So at the moment the top 40 second is Gary Warren 39.92, who's 6th qualifier at the moment. So he might squeeze in, but probably at 7 or certainly 8 who could run below 39 seconds. So going back to class position, in Class I, the monster class of up to 1100cc runners, Dave Tatham tops the times there, 39.49, just 2 100ths ahead of Stuart Bickley, 39.51 with Gary Warren, 39.92 in third. Will Kerr, fourth, Jonathan Flesher fifth, And Richard Tossian, a good time from Richard Tossian there. He got 6th in class. Ben Hamer, Richard Summers, 8th. Nigel Pitt and Anthony Wood rounding out the top 10. The Formula 4 class, top points go to Sarah Bosworth, 50.64 from Caroline Ryder, 52.1, and Kirsten Dodd, 55.9. Up to 1600cc, Dave Warburton, 37.74 for first, Richard Spedding, 38.92 for second, and Alan Warburton, 43.61 for third. The last classes we have to just wait for. There should now be the last batch of cars, and then be followed by the top 12 runoff. Looks like we've got a fairly quiet chat at the moment. Maybe you're all the way watching Le Mans on the web stream. Lots of subscribers now coming up to add their numbers to list of subscribers to this stream put together by Rich Danby and Eleanor Taylor, and as usual, immaculate camera work. And some really good camera positions, some we haven't seen before. So hopefully you will subscribe to the stream and we'll get up to 15,000 perhaps, which is 13,045. Subscribers at the moment, target's 15,000. So tell all your friends to subscribe. Hopefully, if you're still listening online, we've got 422 people at the moment. Looks like watching online. I hope you'll all be joining us again tomorrow. We can do it all over again. This last batch of cars will be the quickest cars on the hill today, and you may see some of them twice more in the next hour or so. Okay, here we go. Aaron Colborne, first runner of this batch. This is Van Diemen, a Space Frame Formula Ireland car running a 2-litre engine. One of the many spec formulas which Anthony built cars for. And yeah, quick through the bottom of the S. Bottom of the base spray and the top. Like wag of the tail, and he's safely through it up through the S of the last corner. And that's a really good run from Andrew. 41.91. 41.91 from Aaron. Ian Tucker, all the way up from Exeter. It's followed by Andrew Henson, used car dealer. Lots of rated cars. We see the hills have passed through his hands. Ian Tucker in the mid 40s, 47.50 for Ian Tucker. Here we're followed by what should be the class-winning car of Jonathan Varley. Amazing Predator designed by Ogilvy and built by Graham White. It's at lunchtime. Jonathan's father had the car which set the first fastest day of day here at Doune. And the car was Mick Williamson, then passed to Jonathan's father Peter. And the Stirling has a really wide line at the last corner, but 38.38 from Jonathan. Andrew Henson's time by the way was 42.99. And now Terry Davis, the last one runner in this class. As I said earlier, no turbocharged 2-litre cars this weekend. Alex Coles was entered in the Force, but the engine is now out of the car being repaired. Paul Hames is at Gerson Down this weekend, and West are nowhere to be seen at the moment, obviously. Still trying to persuade people they've got to come to Doune. 49.83 for Terry Davis. Black Placid, won by Jonathan Marley. The 38.38. Oh, put on the hill. The Jagger, not registered for the championship. The only car in this class not registered for the championship. Ball from Salt Ash and the borders of Devon Corner, 50.11. Harry Pick in his new OMS. Bobby spray already. Really getting used to his car, Harry. He used to drive his Scotland engine cars, but this is really 40.65. Fitting into this car really well. Simon Andrews. Simon Andrews normally shares with Bernard Kevill, but Bernard's not here this weekend. Steve Owens sharing with him. And then Jack Purcell follows that Jack of the Dallara, who should be he's a top 10 runners today. And that is 44.42. Jack Cortle will be followed by Dave Uren. 39.79 for Jack Cortle. That puts Jack Cordell into 7th position at the moment. Dave Duran, though, should be a good time. Dave Duran, 38.84. And there got Trevor Willis and Will Hall. Will Hall off around 2.01. Willis near the top of the hill. Then was 37.72 for Trevor. And Sean Gould. After Will Hall, Alex Summers. So into top 4 runners here now. Will Hall is 37.58. And nobody's quite approached Sean Gould's time yet. The only time in the 36s in this run, but what can Alex Summers do? It looks like he's hitting red sectors all the way up the hill. This could be a quicker time than Sean Gould's, who's really quick and well placed, well stable. It could be a 36.30, which puts him at the top of the pile by nearly 0.7 of a second. Matthew Ryder just needs to find a few more runs, perhaps, with his confidence back, but getting there, getting quicker and quicker all day. Car's obviously doing okay because Sean Gould's had a really good time, and Matthew safely up through the tunnel towards Junction. Just hitting yellow sector, it's just personal best at the moment. We're not quite pressurising the leaders. Safe bunker run to make sure he qualifies for the runoff. That's a 37.68. It's just Wallace Mingus to run. And moment. Jack Kostrel is in 12th position on a 39.79. So he is the one that's in the bubble as Wallace prepares to take his run. Risers down, fars away. Under Oak Tree, middle of the road, Harding Gate. Here in the middle of the road, all the way up through the tunnel, safely round Junction, and across the meadow. So again, this should be a qualifier for Wallace. Safely in a 38.72. It's by unofficial timing. Andrew Tippett in this Brabham 30X, which in yeah, this is Andrew Tippett in this Brabham, which back in 1970 won a couple of runoffs. The time of 47.35 and 51.72. Andrew Tippett at 54.21. Same size engine. So this is the last car up the hill now, George Cole. Andrew Tippett is 54.21. And the time for George Cole, 46.17. Looking first of all at the class positions in the over 2 litre rated cars. Leading the class, Alex Summers, 36.3 from Sean Gould, 36.98. Will Hall is in third on 37.58. Matthew Ryder fourth, 37.68. Fifth, Trevor Willis, 37.72. And then a full second quicker than Wallace Mingus at 38.72. Dave Uren is seventh at 38.84. And Jack Cottrell 8th, 13.79. And we have Harry Pick 9th, 40.65. Steve Owen 42.56. And Andrews 44.42. And Paul Coote 50.11. Then the 2-litre class, Joseph Barley, 38.3 is first. Aaron Colborne, 41.91 second. Andrew Henson, 42.99 third. And Ian Tucker, 47.50 in fourth. We should wait to get the official runners and riders from Tim Wilson, or the timekeeper. Unofficially, it appears that top 12 fastest runners are Alex Summers, Sean Gould, Will Hall, Matthew Ryder, Trevor Willis, Dave Warburton, Jonathan Varley, Wallace Mingus, Dave Uren, Richard Spedding, Dave Tatham and Stuart Bickley. So Jack Cottrell and Gary Warren just missing out with below 40-second runs. So two 1100cc cars in that. Dave Tatham and Stuart Bickley. And we have no more runners to run before that, so we shall get a top 12 runoff as soon as we get ready to roll. Just a few thoughts at the moment. See why that was. Yeah. So we have a queue of cars at the top of East Bray. Marshall are talking to the first car in the queue, who I think is Paul Cruit. So I'm not sure what that was all about, but they're now pushing. Has he got a problem? They're trying to push the car there and it wouldn't go. So, right. The recovery vehicle now heading up the hill. This is a bit of a delay here. Obviously, Paul Crute's car is trying to move it and nothing's happening. Neither the front wheels nor the back wheels are moving, so driver going up to help him. He's trying to some movement in the car, but And they're jammed in gear. Looks like Trevor Willis going up to have a look at it. All the drivers now will be anxious to get back down to ready for the runoff. But we now got 2 or 3 of them now trying to see what the problem is. Harry Pick getting out of his car. Changed it. Nothing is moving. Jack Corshall getting out. So we're all getting out to try and move this car, which is stuck right at the top of the hill. Well, gravity is obviously not helping it. And the recovery vehicle is now coming up. But how do you go to move it if... Since it has a front wheel lifts. Can they get it moved without getting all 4 wheels off the ground? Of course, all the drivers can get. They're going to try and do the recovery from. They do the recovery using the back from the back wheels. Other cars having to move back a bit to let the recovery vehicle get in. Bit going back a bit. In now. And lift it up by the rear wheel. So a bit of a delay here at the end of the day, unfortunately. And this is all cutting into time the drivers have to prepare themselves for the runoff. That's something unusual, I've never seen this before. Although at Shelsley a couple of weeks ago there was another car and a single seater near the bottom of the hill which had again got stuck in gear or brakes locked on. Either he's got his brakes locked on, which would seem more likely because he can't move the front wheels either. See what happens. But the championship runoff numbers have now appeared. And this was changed this year. Matthew Ryder, as the slower of the 2 drivers in the Gould Ryder car, Matthew Ryder will be the first runner as the only double-driven entry in the runoff. And it's usually been Sean Gould who's been the slower of the 2, but for the first time I think this year maybe, Matthew will be the first runner to go up the hill. He'll turn around and go straight back down again, and the rest will then follow one at a time. So if you want to fill in your program, if you've got one, I tell you that the order of runners will be number 3, Matthew Ryder. Then it'll be number 85, Stuart Bickley. So the first runner will be number 3, Matthew Ryder. Second will be 85, Stuart Bickley. And 84, Dave Tatham. Followed by 94, Richard Spedding. 8, David Duran. 1, Wallace Mingies. 99, Jonathan Varley. 10, David Warburton. 6, Trevor Willis. 3, Matthew Ryder. 5, Will Hall. Sorry, I said Matthew Ryder twice there. Sorry, 6, Trevor Willis. 5, Will Hall. 7, Sean Gould. And 4, Alex Summers. Going again in numbers, it'll be number 3, followed by 85, 84, 94, 1, 99, 10, 7, and 4. And we'll hopefully get that off, well, when we get this car moved. Apparently the transmission is locked. And yes, with this unusual situation of a queue of cars unable to get down the hill. Okay, well, it looks like they may have actually managed to free the transmission on Paul Crute's car because he seems to be coming down the hill on his own steam now. So perhaps they managed to freeze the transmission. There he goes, down through. Yes, obviously he's running free now. So that's a very odd situation. Now they can move the breakdown truck, yeah. Marshall there, making sure we all appreciate his good looks in the stream there. Again, we've got 373 still watching. Well done, keep it going. We'll keep you entertained very shortly. Obviously, drivers have got to get back down and get their cars ready for the runoff. And I shall leave you for a minute and go and see what's happening.
2 wheel clips of Wallace's car. Could be anywhere.
Here we are, without further ado, Matthew Ryder on the line for the first run in this top 12 runoff. And he's away. So 2.05 for the first 64 feet. To Garden Gate will look at his times and try and bail him. 112 the speed to the junction, and he's already up to the top of his brake. .36.40 for Matthew Ryder. Far his best run of the day, and not far off like someone's top qualifying time. 36.40 for Matt Ryder. That's a good starting point for this runoff. And there comes Matthew, comes back down the hill again. So he'll be happy that he got down into 36s today. After a difficult day earlier on, but things have come down rapidly, and he's now back into the top of the pack. That sets a target for the rest. We very rarely see the first time of a runoff staying at the top, but you never know. So now coming up to the line for his top 12 runoff is first of our 1100cc cars today is Stuart Bickley in the 4. She actually scored a point in the first round at Harewood. He was 2.17. So this time compared to Matt will tend to be a 4. 103 miles per hour up through oh, and it's gone off the top of his spray. Or cruising off his spray across the continuing up to the top of the hill. And there's obviously a part of that slow time, 42.97. But he really did push it up to the top of his spray, just slid wide onto the grass, but kept going, and he finished. The replay coming up on the screen. See what happens. Yeah, fast into his spray, just too fast into his spray. Runs wide. Goes back on again, so a little bit of sweeping perhaps. But he'll be annoyed himself for that. But at least it's all okay, and he'll be back to fight another day tomorrow. So we'll see what happens, but it looks like a no score for Stuart Bickley on this run. David Tatham next to the line. David hasn't qualified for a runoff yet this year. This is his first runoff of the year that he's qualified for. Let's compare to Stuart Bickley, 2.12 quicker off the line than Stuart. It would have been if two cars had made it. 30.6 seconds, slightly slower than Stuart to Garden Gate. His junction speed is 107. And he's slightly, very close to Stuart Bickley up through junction and the exit, obviously, he picks up the time that Stuart lost. But over the finish line to 39.35. 39.35 for Dave Tatham. Which is quicker than his qualification by 0.14 of a second. Now Richard Spedding had a slow start to the season and just scored his first points at Shelsley Walsh. A couple of weeks ago, he scored 9th place in the second runoff at Shelsley, qualified twice, 12th place and then 9th place for 2 points. So he'll be hoping to get some points to the board again here. 2.23. Quicker than Dave Tatham. We'll compare with Dave Tatham. And 105 miles per hour. Quite a bit, 7/10 up on David's time. Colby Spray safely through. This should be 38 second run. 37.87. That puts him into second place at the moment. And that's a good improvement of over a second on his qualifying time. So he will get some points. At least to add to his current total. Next run, Dave Duran, currently 5th in the championship. With 4 fourth places behind him this year. There's one previous runoff win here at Doune. She's back in 2017, in fact, in the same car. So can he challenge Matt Ryder's time? 2.26 off the line. And compared to Matt, slightly slow at Garden Gate. Speed 122 approaching junction. Down a little bit on Matt, over the top of his plane, no problems. 1.4 seconds down, yes, it's maybe a 38.17. Just third, that takes him behind Richard Spedding. Then we've got Wallace Minges. Wallace still catching up after the accident at Craigantlet. Had his best weekend at Shelsley 2 weeks ago with two. The best. Loss of the usual Wallace tyre warm up. Had his best weekend at Gerson, I should say, with a couple of 5th places, 2 6th places at Shelsley. Currently 9th in the championship, or 8th equal with Paul Hames. Away from the line, 2.12. Compared to Matt Ryder towards Garden Gate. Slightly slower than Matt, 13.19. The speed is 115. Half a second down at the moment on Matt's time up through junction. Wallace lost a bit more. So Wallace still not quite getting the best out of the car at the moment, 37.84. He goes second at the moment, just ahead of Richard Spedding. So next, John Varley. Just one qualification so far this year before today. And that was at Gurston. He finished 12th in the end. It's a beautiful low car, this car. Really suits the blue colour. Used to be red in the hands of Graham White. And I ran a V10 many years ago. Run around here. 2.22. He's just lower than Richard Spedding by 300ths. Down 1.6 down overall against Matt Ryder. That's a 38.37 for John Varley. Puts him into 5th position at the moment. Yeah, it's actually when Graham White ran that car with the V10, it was actually way back in 2008. You can't believe that car is now 16, 17 years old. Now David Warburton. David's been having a good year. Qualified very runoff so far, apart from the very first one here, Wood. Best result of 2 8th positions, currently 10th in the championship. 3.12. Compare him to Jonathan Carley, perhaps. Both quicker than Jonathan. In fact, the Gargay was quicker than Matt Ryder as well, but he's lost that time now at the junction. 114 miles per hour. This 0.4 of a second down on Matt Ryder, so this could be a good 37, high 36, low 37, 37.05 for Dave Warburton. That's a great run, puts him into second position at the moment. He did say lunchtime, middle of the top 12 would be good, and that could finish up with a, at worst, 6th position for Dave Warburton. That's a really cracking. A really good run there from Dave Warburton. Let's leave the line. 2.07. Just down, just a 10th down on Matt Ryder at Garden Gate. 17 miles per hour. Not far off again, still just a 10th down on Matt, so this could be a leading time. Challenge for lead, possibly second at the moment. Should be second at the moment. 36.77, indeed it is second for Trevor Willis. Trevor had a good start this season. Well, that should keep Trevor in 4th position in the championship. Now Will Hall, 4th, 3rd positions, a second in the last 5 rounds. Can he get the win today? Will Hall leaves the line. As usual as well, a 1.97, a cracking start from Will Hall, below the 2-second mark. Still up at Garden Gates. 24 top speed so far. Still 0.35 up on Matt Ryder. Junction. We'll go through there, through the S's. And this will be a challenging run for the lead. 36.37, he does it by 300ths of a second. Will Hall goes into 1st place. 300ths ahead of Matt Ryder. 2 to go. Ron Gould and Alex Summers. Alex still has the fastest day of the day from his qualifying run, 36.3, and needs to find over half a second to take the lead from Will Hall now. One of Sean's favourite hills, I think. He's won 5 runoffs here in the past. Another 1.99 start. Yeah, he's 0.14 up on Will at Garden Gate. 106, not so fast through the trap, but still up, going through junction. 800ths of a second. Up the S's, it's Bray. Yep, through the top of this Bray. Past through the S's, flips the cone. Big wide line, that's going to be a 35.45 for Sean Gould. 35.45. Summers now won the last 4 rounds of the championship. Currently leading. Alex Summers now won the last 4 rounds of the championship. Currently leading by 7 points. What can he do today? 35.45 to beat. But he's over a second away from his record, so his record is 34.21. Slightly slower away, but through Garden Gate. A third of a second up already through Garden Gate. Half a second up at Junction. 15 miles per hour. This is another super run. Nice move through East Play. Still a quarter of a second up going through the S's. And he's over the line 35.56, so just misses out. 11 hundredths of a second between the S's and the finish line. Lost 0.35 a second, so 35.56 Summers. So the win here goes to Sean Gould, 35.45. Alex Summers second, 35.56. And Will Hall third, 36.37. Matthew Ryder goes back up to fourth, 36.40. And Trevor Willis, another good result, 36.77. A great 6th place for David Warburton, 37.05. And Wallace Mingus, 37.84. Just ahead of Richard Spedding on a 37.87. Dave Uren, 38.17. And Jonathan Varley, 38.37. Dave Tatham, first out of the points, 39.35. And Stuart Bickley, after that mistake at East Bray, 42.97. Where did I do the championship? Well, quick walk through the championship. So, So by quick calculation, Alex Summers extends his lead in the championship to 9 points now with that second place. He has 73 points. Matthew Ryder, 64. Will Hall, 61. Trevor Willis, 49. Dave Uren, 44. Sean Gould up to 41 now. Wallace Mingus moves above Paul Hames to 26 to be equal with Jack Cottrell. In 7th equal position. 9th is now Paul Hames in 22, and Dave Warburton is in 10th on 14. 11th place now is Richard Spedding on 5. So no major changes in the top half dozen placings, but just a expansion and contraction of the gaps between the runners. Obviously, Sean Gould, that win today pulls him back into the fight for 4th position with Trevor Willis and Dave Uren. So that's it for today. Thanks to all the marshals for their work today, for all the officials, and for all the competitors and the spectators who are still here, hopefully. Thanks to all those watching online. We shall return tomorrow with exactly the same again. So it's good night here from Doune Hillclimb in Scotland, and we look forward to joining us. Look forward to you joining us again at similar time tomorrow, middle of the day.
Hill climbing is one of the most popular forms of motorsport. Drivers compete against the clock over a tarmac course, typically around 1 to 1.5 kilometres long. It attracts a whole range of cars, from road-going saloons to specialised single-seater racing cars. The British Hillclimb Championship is the pinnacle of the sport, with over 150 drivers tackling 14 events around the UK, including Northern Ireland and the Channel Islands. The contest for the title of British Hillclimb Champion is dominated by powerful race cars, with reigning champion Wallace Menges driving a Gould single-seater powered by a 3.3-litre Cosworth engine designed for the Indy race car series in the USA. The BHC Cup runs alongside the main championship and is fought out between a wide range of cars, all running in classes of similar type of vehicles, from road-going saloons all the way through to specialised single-seater race cars.